Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to New York City Jewelry Week 2021. My name is Alex Darby, and for those of you who don't know me, I am New York City Jewelry Week's Director of Digital, and I will be your virtual MC for this very exciting Year 4 week of Jewelry Week. I'm going to be guiding you through this week from this very screen, from wherever you are dialing in from. Feel free to say hi in the chat. Let us know where you're coming from. Let us know who you are. We've got an action-packed lineup for you this week, both virtually and in person, with our very exciting hybrid program this year. If you haven't planned your week already, there's still time. So head to our events page. You can still RSVP for things. Check out the virtual exhibitions. Check out our virtual booths, the shop, exhibitionist, our blog. The link to RSVP is down in the description of the video, and we can't wait to see you all at these exciting programs. Many of our programs this week and today have Q&A, so don't fret. You'll be able to post your questions in the chat, as well as speak a love. We always appreciate love and appreciation for everyone who is here. I want to call out that this is, of course, an anti-racist, inclusive, and safe space, and harassment of any kind in the comments or at our events will not be tolerated. You can view our code of conduct via the link also in the video description, so check that out if you're unsure what that means. And I'd like to start today's program with an acknowledgement. The land on which we gather is the unceded Indigenous land of the Lenape peoples. We acknowledge the genocide and continued displacement of Indigenous peoples, and this act of acknowledgement seeks to demonstrate our commitment to the process of dismantling ongoing legacies of erasure, exclusion, genocide, and colonialism. I ask you all to join me in celebrating and acknowledging the Lenape community, their elders, both past and present, as well as future generations. Okay, so it is my great pleasure to introduce our first program for the week and the day, which is Winged Beauty. And I'm going to hand things over to our fantastic moderator for today, Melanie Grant, who has been a journalist for over 20 years, having worked at The Times, The Financial Times, The Independent, The Guardian, the BBC, and more recently, The Economist, where she is the luxury editor of 1843 magazine, their lifestyle sister publication. Her first book on the jewel as art, titled Coveted Art and Innovation in High Jewelry, which I hope you all remember from last year, was published by Phaidon in October 2020. And in her spare time, she gives talks at institutions such as the Science Museum, the V&A, the GIA, and the Arts and Antiques Dealers, Phillips, Christie's, and many, many more. It's my great pleasure to welcome Melanie Grant.
Hey everyone, lovely to see you coming in from London. Wearing a lovely butterfly.
Welcome, Melanie. We're so excited to have you here today. I am going to kick things off with some videos to open us on this fantastic program, and then I'll hand things over to you.
Thanks, Alex.
Everyone, thank you for attending the launch of my second monograph, Winged Beauty. It is my pleasure to be with you and all my wonderful friends today. My heartfelt thanks also go to the New York City Jewelry Week for holding this event. What is in our butterfly? Beauty, love, color, lightness, strength, courage, freedom, and transformation. The list can go on, but these are the qualities that attract me the most. The only thing a butterfly doesn't have a time. The average lifespan of a butterfly is only 2 to 4 weeks, though some may live up to a year. I once heard about a chestnut tiger butterfly. Scientists discovered that it flew from Japan to Hong Kong in 83 days. I always wondered what made it decide to spend most of its life traveling all the way to the unknown. Is it purity instinct? Yes, butterflies are small. Yes, butterflies seem fragile. And no, butterflies don't have a lot of time. But each butterfly reminds us that there can be greatness in every fleeting moment. If we dare to embrace it, if we care enough to push through our own cocoons, I'm not sure how many of you have already read this book. But here is 50 butterflies I have created in my life, in 5 chapters by 5 writers from 5 different perspectives. I have created at least a few hundred butterflies in the past 5 decades. But documentation is not my strength. As a creator, I believe there are always reasons for making a certain butterfly, a certain creation, in a certain way. But it has never been easy for me to put those reasons into words. Light, colors, and forms are the language in which I am almost fluent. So I leave the rest to Emily, Juliet, Melanie, Ming, and Vanessa, for they are truly masters of words. Thank you once again. I hope you enjoy the event, and I wish you all things bright and beautiful.
Well, thanks, Wallace, and welcome everyone to Winged Beauty, the first official pit stop on our book tour. So the book is 239 pages of gorgeousness dedicated to the butterfly as a symbolic body sculpture and an ode to Wallace's 50-year journey as a jewelry artist. So I'm very excited to introduce my stellar panel of speakers who are also the authors of the book during this opening event for New York Jewelry Week. So I think first we're going to say hello to Vanessa Cron, who is a jewellery historian and teacher and who works for Christie's and the Geneva School of Art and Design. Say hi, Vanessa. It's Vanessa.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Melanie.
Hello. Then we're going to go to Juliette Rochefoucauld, who began her career at Sotheby's and who is the author of several prominent contemporary jewellery books I also have in my collection, I have to say. Hello, Juliette.
Hi there. Lovely to see you all. And I'm really pleased to be with you all today.
Wonderful. Also, Dr. Emily Storer, author and curator of jewelry at the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston.
Hi, everybody. Good morning.
Great to see Emily. And last but definitely not least, Ming Lu, an author and journalist who writes for the Financial Times, International, New York Times, and CNN, among others.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for tuning in.
Great. So we've got the cast here. We're all here. I'm going to be your moderator for today. I'm Melanie, and also a curator and an artist and God knows what. So I'm going to begin with Vanessa, who has got the hot spot, the hot seat. We're going to get right into it. So Vanessa, having written a chapter of this wonderful book, why has the notion of butterfly jewelry always been so challenging, do you think?
Well, I believe the most challenging part is that it is an impossible paradox to try to capture something so ephemeral. Butterflies are like as fleeting as flashes of light, and their every move is like a dance. And even more than birds, in fact, they seem to never rest, really. It looks like they're always in movement, or for only a few seconds. So movement and lightness are pretty much, I would say, characteristics that you would naturally associate with a butterfly, and they are not the easiest to translate into jewelry. How to create like movement with a steel jewel, how to make metal or gems feel as light as a butterfly wings, that seems impossible. These have been great challenges, to say the least, for any jeweler. But it's probably because it's such a challenge that when it's achieved so beautifully, like these dreamlike butterflies by Wallace, then it ends up being so spectacular. So the difficulty is really to get these three-dimensional object, a jewel, feeling completely dreamlike and fragile, which is not really, compared to an actual butterfly. Very difficult.
And, you know, as you say, it's the movement as well, because this looks like it's actually in flight, and that's
exactly, and that's very difficult to achieve.
Yeah.
Jewels, I mean, it's impossible to almost feel the movement, because you can't give the actual movement. You have to give the impression and the feeling of movement, and that's very deep and very difficult to achieve in jewelry. So I think it's been a sort of quest for a lot of jewelers for many, many years to try to achieve this, and it's very difficult. A big challenge.
And so what do you think makes the butterfly the perfect canvas for Wallace's artistic expression?
Well, when one has an inner world and creative mind as rich as the ones of Wallace Jane, butterflies can be the best vectors of your art, because they are creatures that seem, even in real life, to come out of a sort of fantasy world. In nature, so many different butterflies exist that some look almost unreal, I would say, even to us when we see them. It feels like nothing would be impossible in the world of butterflies, whether it's colors, shapes, or sizes. The possibilities are really endless. So you can create your own. In fact, as a child, you would create even your own butterflies in your head or something. And I think this is very much what Wallace Jane has been attracted to also. It's a perfect canvas on which he can project his own creative mind, fantasy world, his inner one, in the best way possible, because nothing is as fantasy-like or dream-like as a butterfly. And he is certainly, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, because, you know, anyone who's ever met Wallace knows that he's kind of got one foot in a sort of ethereal other world of creativity.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. So I think the butterflies are the natural, I don't know, animals that would come out of his creative mind. I would see them as butterflies already, I think. So it's all the more normal to see him creating these butterflies, because I'm pretty sure that's what they populate his mind and his creative mind. And it's fantastic to be able to see them. I mean, for him to express it in this perfect and beautiful way.
Well, thank you. And I think we're going to move on to Emily next. So, Emily, I'm going to ask you, historically, what has butterfly jewelry symbolized?
Yeah, so if you think about the butterfly transforming from this caterpillar into this beautiful, colorful butterfly, you can imagine that really inspired many artists over the course of human history. And for Wallace, he saw butterflies growing up as a child as flying colors. And for many artists, they were this, vision of color and this opportunity for artistic expression. But they also have this deeper symbolic meaning that I think all of the authors tackled in one way or another in their texts, They're symbolic of change and freedom, of transformation, of metamorphosis. And when I was working on, thinking about when this started, I was really amazed to find that this goes back 4,000 years. And the example that you see here on the left dates to about 2500 BC. Sorry, if you go back to the other one. The example on the left are the inlays that were found in silver bracelets in a tomb in Giza that belonged to Queen Hedefres. And here, you can imagine for the Egyptians that the butterfly was symbolic of the afterlife and of that transformation from life to death, or from life to the afterlife, because it wasn't seen as an ending, but a beginning. And that inspiration continued. And in the image on the right, you see these wonderful painted enamel butterflies by Carlo Giuliano in the 19th century. These are done about 1880. And in this case, he's meticulously studying butterfly specimens, specifically the Bath White butterfly and the Duke of Burgundy butterfly. And so inspired by the actual specimen, and here creating it in jewelry to be worn. But this doesn't stop there. It continues into the 20th century, where artists have a looser sense and get more inspiration in the idea of the butterfly. And so if you think of someone like Lalique and the great Art Nouveau artists, it continues to be a symbol that's seen in art and culture. And you can switch over to the next slide. It's a great image. And also psychology. The psychoanalysis of Freud is new at this moment. And it's kind of the idea of the butterfly, the idea of metamorphosis is really something that's just in the air. And so if you think about the 1900 exposition in Paris, performers like Loie Fuller, who you're going to see in this next image, was using new technologies and light to create this light show, basically, where she created this swirling garment that moved around her, where she changed her body into a butterfly. Is very much, of the spirit of the Art Nouveau. And these swirling fabrics that you see here are so in line with the butterflies of Wallace Chan, which you see here on the right. This is a butterfly called the Self that Wallace made in 2020. And I love seeing these two paired together, because you get that same sense of swirling fabric in Loie Fuller's costume on the left, and in Wallace Chan's titanium brooch on the right, which isn't actually moving at all, but you get this great sense of movement.
That's fantastic. I mean, I think that's a great example, I think, of Wallace's skill in terms of sort of sculpture. Making something that static look like it's actually dancing is quite something. I think it's
easy to think that Wallace's work is a break from the past, and in so many ways it is, but in other ways he's really in dialogue with the creators of the past, like Lalique, like Salvador Dali. It's that tradition that's continuing, but here in new materials, new techniques, a new vision.
And so we've kind of established that, Wallace's butterflies are unique in many ways. What do you think makes them unique specifically? And how are these ornaments sort of transformed when they're worn?
When I first saw Wallace's jewelry, the thing that blew me away was the scale. His jewelry is huge. And I couldn't believe that it was worn. I mean, you look at this jewelry and it looks like the type of thing that was made for an international exposition, that was made to be a show of skill and not necessarily something made to be worn and enjoyed that way. But that is absolutely not the case. I mean, he's making them big and he's making them very lightweight because of his choice of materials. And whereas some jewelers of the past created butterflies that were untremblant so that they trembled and shook and caught the light, he's choosing instead to allow that movement to take place on the body of the wearer as they move through the world. And in that way, I think he's really connected to some of the surrealist artists of the 1930s. And so here on the left, you see an ensemble from the Costume Institute at the Met by Elsa Schiaparelli, where she's put butterflies on this dress as well as on a parasol, transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary. And that is what Wallace does with his butterflies. And you see that on the right with this butterfly worn perched on the shoulder here. It's just so magnificent. And in this way, they really fly through the world. And, it's that scale that blows me away, that size. You can't miss it.
I mean, it's a great, I love the butterflies on the shoulder as well. It's a really nice way to wear them. And I think we're a couple of us are wearing shoulder butterflies today. I'm not sure if anyone could see that, but we will get closer to the camera later on as things heat up. So thank you, Emily. Going over to Juliet. So, we're talking about scale and movement. And so let's turn our sort of attention to materials. Why did you think that Wallace chose titanium as his signature metal?
Well, it's very interesting because, we're going back to the year 2000. And at the time, he was actually making some jewelry using gold settings. And he was given a pair of very large diamonds. And he was very worried about using gold to create a pair of ear pendants with these diamonds, because he felt that it would be too heavy. And so he was looking for something that was lighter, something that he could play with and work with. And it was just by chance, I think, that he found an article in a medical journal about a titanium pacemaker. And it's always amazed me how there's such synergy that exists between the jewelry world and the medical world. But titanium, he discovered, was this wonderful metal which could react, and it's an artist's dream, because if you can master the difficulties of using titanium, you can then create all sorts of different colors as a backdrop. So you can contrast the colors of your gemstones with the titanium, or you can actually enhance the colors by using a similar colored titanium with the gemstones. And so as a result, the whole idea, I think, he took 8 years to discover what he wanted to do with titanium. And it took him 8 years to really master the different complexities of titanium. As we all know, titanium has a very high melting point. It's about 1,700 degrees centigrade. And so the whole idea was, how do you actually use titanium, keep it in its molten state whilst you are trying to create and cast the pieces that you want to do? And this was another problem for him, was to try and find something that he could cast his titanium in. And he came upon porcelain as a solution. And as a result, he's been able to work with titanium, and he's also able to use the system of anodization, where the colors are directly related to time and voltage that you pass through the titanium. And some of you will know that titanium creates, when you pass a voltage through the titanium, it creates a layer of titanium oxide. And this is a layer which is transparent. And as the crystals build up, you then get the light that breaks through these crystals to create these wonderful colors. And of course, some colors are easy to attain, other colors are not that easy to attain. And this is a big problem for a lot of jewelry designers. However, Wallace has actually managed to master this. And so, for instance, you start from going from gold and brown and purple, and then you go through a series of different colors. But the colors that are very, very difficult to attain are the very pale greens, which are almost white, and then also the orange at the end of the process. And Wallace Chan probably is one of the few jewelry designers that can create jewelry that has all sorts of different colors on the same piece of titanium. So I hope that explains some of the reasons why he uses titanium.
Yes, I mean, that's very interesting. And obviously the technical side is a fascinating sort of aspect, which goes hand in hand with the creativity. And so you mentioned porcelain just now, and obviously porcelain is very important as a material.
Yes,
is porcelain?
as you see,
yes,
here, yes. Just having a look at this butterfly here, we see that he's using real butterfly wings, and then on top he's using a sculpted rock crystal, and then on the bottom, which we don't see here, he's actually using mother of pearl. So what he's trying to do is to create a system where the wing is absolutely immortalized within the sculpture itself. And then you were talking about porcelain. Well, I suppose we could talk about the 19th century Chinese writer Go Moro-u, who actually talked about the Jingdezhen kilns in China. And he talked about porcelain being as white like jade, bright as a mirror, thin as paper, with a sound like a chime. And that probably is what attracted Wallace when he was a young child to porcelain, because at the time he used to use with his siblings a plastic spoon to eat his meals, and his parents and his uncles and aunts, they would have used a porcelain spoon. And he was fascinated by the sound that this porcelain spoon made when it hit against the porcelain bowls. And one day he actually snuck up and he picked up one of those spoons, and he was so surprised by its weight that he let it fall. And he was also surprised that it broke into many, many different pieces. So for him, this was a beginning. This was a beginning of a journey. And he, as we saw with titanium, porcelain helped him to master titanium. And it was something that's been with him all his life. And then here he wanted to create a porcelain which was different, which did not break. That was really important for him. And so he took 7 years to actually master a recipe which he was happy with to create an unbreakable porcelain. And the porcelain that he managed to invent or change, I suppose, was a porcelain which is 5 times stronger than steel sheets. And so this has been actually independently tested. So that's very important, of course. And he actually has managed to create this porcelain with 17 different components, of which we have iron and we have zirconium in there, as well as feldspar and silicon oxide, etc., etc. He won't give me the total recipe because it's a state secret. But on the other hand, it also depends on how much heat he uses, how long he leaves it to cool, and how many times he'll reheat it and to what temperatures. Again, the temperatures are much higher than the usual temperature that we use for porcelain. And this is something that he's starting to use with many of his jewels, as we can see in this beautiful butterfly, the cosmic rhythm. We can see blue porcelain on the tail parts of the wings, and then also up in the upper part of the wings, we can see the blue porcelain again. Again, his whole idea is to create something that will last, that will go down from one generation to the next. And also, his dream was to use porcelain which could be used to set gemstones and which would remain. And I think he really has achieved this. And I think we're going to see a lot more of his porcelain in the future.
Wonderful. Thank you, Juliet. And thanks for the porcelain, kind of class, really. I mean, I know a lot more about porcelain now than I did before. And so Ming, so we're talking about, obviously, the Chinese love of porcelain and jade to some extent. What contribution do you think Wallace has made to the genre of artist jewelry?
Yeah, I think there are 2 main contributions, time and craftsmanship. And time we sort of touched on as well. When I spoke to Wallace Chan for my chapter in this book, he was telling me that time is the biggest struggle in his life. And he's always thinking about, how do my pieces fit in the future? What's the dialogue with the past? How will my pieces be judged by history? And I think these are the kind of questions which have plagued great artists for forever. Van Gogh, Picasso, they were always asking questions about time. And I think also my co-authors will know that time is such an important part of jewelry as well. These are pieces that are forged from precious materials, precious stones. They'll last forever. They're forged in the earth over thousands of years. And like we said, they're passed down from generations. So I do think Wallace's work really highlights that element of time. And just the fact, and then time is linked into craftsmanship as well. he takes so much time to actually craft these pieces. Just the time made to make the titanium and the unbreakable porcelain, like we said, it was 8 years to master titanium. You know, putting voltage through, as Juliet said, and it's, you know, cutting and carving and really understanding. That's 8 years. For me, it completely baffles me. It's really incomprehensible. You can spend that much time, and I think that really focuses the attention on the craftsmanship, which is something that you know, Julie hasn't always had that focus, especially in the past. It's always been about the intrinsic value of the stones, and the value was in the stones, and just the final thing, just about innovation. The fact that I think Wallace Chan's work is so much about innovation, and people who don't know about Julie, they probably don't think about things like avant-garde tech and science that comes into it. And he had a show at Christie's in 2019, and they had to extend the show by an extra week. So many people came. I think there were 200 people per day, which came, and from who didn't, like I said, didn't know about jewelry, and didn't, and they were fascinated by the tech side of it, which I think helps to contribute to what artist jewelry is now.
Yeah, because I mean, he's an inventor as well as you know, an artist.
Oh,
and,
absolutely.
there's a lot going on here for a lot of different types of people. So, I mean, do you think Wallace is a Chinese or a Western jeweler?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question, because and if you ask Wallace Chan himself, he'll also say it's a complete mix. There's a mix of identities. Obviously, his work is rooted in China and Chinese culture. He was born in Fuzhou in 1956, which is in Southeast China. When he was 5, he fled to Hong Kong. So he was an outsider, but an insider. Like, you know, he was from the mainland, but living in Hong Kong, didn't speak the local language, and completely self-taught. He was really poor growing up. And at age 16 in 1973, he became a gemstone carver. And that was a year after Nixon's historical visit to China. And so that's when China had sort of opened up to the West. And he sort of basically self-taught and learned how to carve all these auspicious Chinese symbols, you know, dragons, phoenixes, lions, things that the West was fascinated with. So that's where he started. And then, but he's super young at this point. He's only, you know, started at 16. So his curiosity obviously grew. He honed his craft, and then he wasn't able to travel abroad. So he just used what was in his what was in his environment, and he just tried to find Western motifs to carve. So he went to cemeteries in Hong Kong and would look at angels and saints and these Western symbols, and that's how he practiced. And so it really was emerged from really early on. And then as he gained more recognition and he had an international collector base, we know that Wallace Chan broke a lot of firsts. He was the first contemporary Chinese artist jeweler to have a solo show in China, in the mainland. And then he was the first Chinese jewelry artist to be at TEFAF and then in the Paris Biennale. So, and I think that opened a lot of the dialogue as well. He was telling me that when he first went to the West, when he was showing his works in Paris and TEFAF, people would come to his booth and be like, this can't be a Chinese jeweler. There's just no way, because I think China still had that reputation as like the factory of the world where you made mass-produced cheap products, you know, the sort of Halloween masks and Christmas ornaments. People just didn't think that a Chinese artist could actually make these things. So he didn't quite fit in that Western side. And then in China, as he was gaining recognition as well, I think jewelry has always been more of a Western concept, a Western ideology. And for the Chinese, they were for China, the jewelry market really opened up, but it more started with large, you know, Place Vendôme houses, the Cartiers, the Van Cleefs coming in. So they didn't really understand that, oh, well, this is a Chinese jeweler as well. So, you know, doing this and such focus on craftsmanship as well. So I think for a long time he was saying, I don't fit in the West and I don't fit into the East. But now when you look back, it doesn't even seem like it's a question you have to ask, because it really is like a fusion of what he does. And I think it's more important the kind of language that he brings in. We all talk about, all of us have talked about how his sort of focus on the innovation and the work that he's done with materials. That's the language, I think. And whether it's East or West, I think it's not important, actually.
I think that's fascinating, because I think not fitting in is such a gift to anyone creative, because you have to make it up as you go along, and you have to do something different. So I think maybe that's why we have the Wallace we have. But that's a really interesting insight, Ming. And I'd say to everyone listening, we're going to have a sort of more of a panel-wide discussion now, but we'd love to see some questions in the chat. So in about 10 minutes, we'll definitely answer some of your questions if you have any about Wallace and his work. So I'm going to throw a couple of questions open to the panel, see who wants to jump in. And I wonder, who collects this kind of jewellery, do we think? Because it is a lot. Anyone want to jump in and sort of have a chat about that? Vanessa, I can see a nod there.
Who collects? I would say most of the collectors I see nowadays collecting this type of jewelry. I mean, the type of jewels that Wallace Jane is making come from a very different background than the usual classic jewelry collectors. They come from the art collecting world. That means clients, it's not to say that you don't have jewelry collectors, pure jewelry collectors anymore. I just say that a lot of art collectors have also turned now to collecting jewelry the same way they collect art. So you do it in a very different way than, let's say, when you're a jewelry collector, like Elizabeth Taylor was, for example. She was a pure jewelry collector, and she would select the jewels that she wanted to have on specific reasons. It's a bit different when you're an art collector and you turn to jewelry. So you don't have the same, you see it because they don't have the same questions. So when they come to ask you something about a jewel, the pure jewelry collectors would start with number of carats, the period. They would go with like jewelry expert type of questions. The art collector would come from a very different background and very different history, and so they will buy in a very different way. And they ask very different questions. They ask who is the artist, for example. How did he come to create this jewel? They don't really ask. It's not to say that they don't care about the gems and about the techniques, but they really care about the artist behind the jewel also, because it gives meaning to the art and to the jewel they're buying. So I think these new collectors turning from art to adding jewelry to their art collection are very interesting new type of collectors, and they are definitely the type of collectors that would go for Wallace's Jane's like butterflies, I think.
Because, and when we were sort of preparing this talk, we were sort of talking about the fact that quite a lot of men wear his jewellery, which surprises some people. And actually, I think the butterfly on the cover of the book is owned by a man, I understand. So, you know, is this because men like brooches, or is unisex and genderless jewellery sort of gathering pace? Has anyone got any feelings about that?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think, you know, we've seen more men wearing jewelry on places like the red carpet, in advertising campaigns. You know, that great New York Times article maybe a year ago now that the brooch is back and seen as this great communication device. I think people are getting more creative with it. It's no longer just this boring grandmotherly lapel pin, but there are creative ways to wear it. I think that hopefully people are finding inspiration in that, and we're seeing, you know, certainly celebrities finding inspiration in that and wearing it. And I think that has a great trickle down into the way other people think about jewelry and wear jewelry.
I think that jewelry is also, it's very expressive, as you were saying, Emily. And I think just men as well as women, we all like to express who we are. And it's a very special way to express oneself and also to communicate with other people. I think it's a way of talking to people who perhaps we don't know, and being able to communicate with them with a focal point on the piece of jewelry itself.
I mean, I know for all of us as jewelry lovers, how often do you meet a friend and the first question is, what are you wearing? What is that piece of jewelry? And you pass it around the dinner table.
Absolutely.
I think that's nice because it's kind of wearable, you can carry the art with you. So
Yeah.
it is a discussion.
I mean, your art collection says something about you. I mean, whatever art you have, it's not a question of value. I'm just talking about the taste that you have. Say something about you. Jewelry is just art that you just happen to be able to wear on a day-to-day basis, which is great. It's so for people, it's also expressing yourself exactly as they would through what they buy in art. So maybe that's also why it's become. I mean, we talk more about men and women and the fact that men are wearing brooches, because if we turn to also this new generation of art collectors turning to jewelry also as a form of art, then art collectors are not only women. So it appeals to men and women the same way, exactly like art, in fact. And they will wear it.
Yeah, and I think it's great that brooches have also opened up the sort of idea that men can wear jewelry, and then we might see men not just wearing brooches, but wearing, which you're starting seeing now, big sort of maybe single statement earrings or brooches on their waistband and rings. But I think it just, the more we see, it also gives the confidence that other men might start to wear jewelry, which men have traditionally always worn jewelry as well. So it's nice that we might be seeing more of it. Might have more competition actually. Yeah.
I definitely don't want to be fighting my boyfriend for the best jewelry in the morning, I have to say. But then he puts into the pot.
No, but if you ask the Indian Maharajas, they probably can teach us one or two things about wearing jewelry.
Yes.
I think that's interesting because, we've got the Western and the Eastern kind of perspective. Western men often don't wear a huge amount of jewelry. And, obviously in the East, that's very different. And I remember going somewhere a couple of years ago and just being in, a high jeweler. And I was standing next to a man who was buying a very big diamond ring. And I kind of said to him, is that for your wife? And he said, no, it's for me. And it was something in the West we were considered to be sort of fairly outrageous, and he was, in a suit, and he was very sort of conservative, and I was really impressed. And I'd love to see, men here go for that kind of thing. Do you think we'll ever see that? Will we ever see that Eastern flamboyance over here?
Education. We need to teach them young. It's a question of culture also, I think. In the Western world, I would say the culture is not really that men are wearing such impressive jewels apart from royals and kings and
the artistic pair.
Yes, but so in the East I feel it's so much more natural for a man to wear very important jewels in a very not casual way, but almost like it's completely natural. They would not even mention it. I mean, it's just normal. You say diamond ring, that would be very natural.
It's kind of part of masculinity, isn't it, in the East?
Where
it's just different. I think it's very impressive.
I feel like
go on.
I was going to say, I think post-COVID, anything is game now. I think people really want to show off and wear their best jewelry, and I think we will see both East and West people embracing jewelry because it's that time, people are really ready to celebrate.
I think there's so much variety in jewelry as well, and certainly not only do we have high jewelry, we also have jewelry for every pocket and every artistic taste. And I think that's something to be celebrated. I mean, it's wonderful to see so many different styles coming through and so many different people wearing the jewelry and almost wearing different styles together and different epochs together, different eras together. I think it's wonderful. I think it's a wonderfully creative time, and long may it last.
And so we're quite interested in the butterfly as a symbol of freedom. Because I remember reading somewhere that Wallace considers the butterfly to be his freest form of jewellery. And I wonder where that freedom really comes from. Is it the brooch that's providing the freedom, that sort of like the way of wearing it, or is it the butterfly itself? And I wonder if anyone has any thoughts about that.
I think it's a mix of things. You know, it's both the symbol of the butterfly, which is all about freedom, but then the brooch specifically offers the wearer such freedom, you know, whereas it's very clear where a necklace or a ring or a bracelet goes. The brooch can be worn anywhere. And so it gives the wearer this great freedom. And one of the things I'm amazed about Wallace is he meticulously controls the way that people interact with his jewelry in his booths. He creates his own lighting. He creates his own mounts. He's created the case things are shown in. He's even created the seating that, you know, you sit in his booths. Yet when someone buys his jewelry and it goes out into the world, he is completely willing to let go of all of that control and let the new owner create their own story to do with the piece as they wish. And I think that really says something about his process and his creativity and these works.
Yeah, and also I think he has a great sense of the life of his jewels once they are not in his hands anymore, and how they continue maybe to the jewels are even creative. Just to explain this, I remember going to Tefaf to see him, and he tried on me one of these great peacock brooch that he had made, like the fabulous one. And I was in this small room, and you had the light, and then so he put it on me, so it was at exactly the right place. And then suddenly I turned around and I could see the shadow of the peacock projecting on the wall. And he was amazed by thinking, you see, the jewel is now something even further, because you wear it, you have this light, and suddenly it projects something else. And it's a never-ending process of creativity. In fact, thanks to these jewels, it doesn't stop when he has finished the jewel. I feel his creative mind still goes on with the jewel, with you when you wear it, I think.
As I was working on this and writing, I kept thinking about the butterfly effect, you know, that every small change can have this seismic effect, and it feels that way with Wallace's work.
I think that's a nice point. And if anyone has anything else to say, go for it. Otherwise, I'm going to go on to a couple of audience questions. Okay. So we have a question from Lyndon about the amount of stones. How many set stones are on Wallace's butterflies? And obviously, you might not, I'm sure it varies from butterfly to butterfly, but does anyone have any idea of the amount of, I mean, I'm guessing it's thousands, but.
I think it's certainly hundreds and thousands for the larger butterflies, absolutely.
Because of course he puts stones over stones, doesn't he? He kind of puts this crystal over quite a few stones.
Gemstone on gemstone settings, where the gemstones, tiny little gemstones, are used to actually hold the main gemstone in place. And then also he's working with reflection and refraction of the light, as you were talking about earlier on, Emily and Vanessa. And, you know, so he's setting tiny little gemstones, which you can almost hardly see. You need a loop to actually see some of these gemstones. And then on top of that, he's placing another gemstone and almost another one on top of that. It's extraordinary the way that he's creating this layered effect. And of course, it's what he's doing is creating a situation where the light is being bounced backwards and forwards between the different facets and the different surfaces. And that in itself creates its own beauty. And you can see in some of his butterflies, you know, this extraordinary synergy of light and just the different colors within the gemstone itself. When it moves from one direction to another, you suddenly see the light coming through and hitting another stone, and it's extraordinary. It's beautiful.
And in terms of stones, are there any favorite stones that the panel have that Wallace tends to use? I quite like the colored sapphires myself, and he does sprinkle the odd yellow diamond, which I'm very, very partial to. But are there any favorite stones we have?
I think I like his combinations. You know, I love the harmony that he has with the green and the pale yellow diamonds. You know, this is tremendous understanding and relationship that he has with the different colors, and that he's able to create almost a different language with the way that he sets his gemstones. So the colors are very important to them. They're talking to him at the same time. And I think they're also, as they then, we interpret them in our own way. But there's definite harmony. And if he wants the contrast, he places it deliberately himself as well. But you can see an awful lot of harmony in his work.
Well, I love opals. So I think they are the exact stone for butterflies because of the shimmering colors and the, so I think, yeah.
The
I would
peacock
choose the opals.
Yeah, I thought that.
Also, yeah.
Very good. Anyone else?
I love his use of jade, you know, that beautiful green jade. He just makes it glow, I think, in the way that he treats it. And as Juliet said, the harmony of the way that he uses the colored titanium with the stone, I think really emphasizes the beautiful color of the gems.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the same. It's just the sort of unexpected combination of colors. I think when I was researching his book, I was trying to think, well, is it blue? Is it green? And you can't even describe what the color is, because it's just this like hodgepodge of all these different shades. And also, like you said, there's the shadow and there's the texture and there's the stone itself and then there's the metal. So you can't even you just can't even put it together in your own mind. And you just think, how did he come up with this? And how did he and it all just hangs together somehow.
And then that there's gemstones set into gemstones set by gemstones. I mean, it's like mind-blowing.
Exactly. Mind-blowing.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. And so I'm going to go on to the next question by Valerie Jo Coulson. Does the anodizing / coloring of the titanium take place before or after the stones are set? Thank you for this excellent presentation. Thank you, Valerie. Anyone have any thoughts? I suspect it might be Juliet, who knows more about that than anyone else.
Well, that's an excellent question. I think most of the anodizing and the coloring will have been done beforehand with touches that are done afterwards. That is my own. It's a question I've never asked Wallace, so I think Wallace will really need to answer that in our next webinar. But I'll certainly get you the answer for it. But
I suspect it's before, yes, because of the heat.
Yeah. Because I suspect it's before as well.
Yeah. We're speaking on behalf of Wallace, not that we really know, but we think it's before because we think because the titanium has to go over 1,000 degrees, the stones may crack.
Exactly.
But it will depend on the stone.
Well, with the colours, the anodizing will be different. But
and another question we have from Michelle Romero. Does Mr. Chan work to commission, or does he create the designs and then offer them?
He doesn't make commissions. He makes the things that come to his mind. I think much to the frustration of some people who would love to have Wallace Chan examples and have them make a specific piece for him. He really holds true to that artist spirit, and they all come from his imagination.
And that's a good place to be as an artist. You're just doing kind of what you like, really, which is the nirvana, I would say.
I think also I got the sense as well that when you work with that he does think about something for that person. If he's creating something, it's not it's a whole kind of story, and it's not just something which is for him, but he thinks about the person wearing it. There's a lot that goes on behind, not just the jewelry pieces and the stones, but and it still is a very unique piece to that person.
Because he makes very few pieces a year, obviously. Like I think it's like about 15 and 20. So that's not, if you're taking commissions, I'm sure you make quite a lot more than that. So it is more or less his imagination coming to fruition. Any more thoughts? I'm going to sort of wrap up now and just sort of go to closing. Does anyone have any thoughts about butterflies that have just swept in the last 10 minutes?
I think just one thing that I was always told in China is that if something is fragile, there's an association between fragility and beauty in China, which perhaps we don't necessarily appreciate as much here in the West. And I think we see that certainly in his butterflies, in the very sort of brief period that they live with us.
I think that's a beautiful point to end on, you know, that something beautiful can be limited and fragile. And, you know, that's maybe why they are so kind of spiritual almost. You know, yes. I think I find Wallace's butterflies quite sort of, they touch me in quite a spiritual way sometimes. And there are elements to them I can't really explain, which I think is always a good part of his work. So I'm going to say thank you to everyone on the panel and to New York Jewelry Week for hosting the talk and creating an important platform for discussion and learning. All of us here are obsessed with learning new things. To Wallace for his incredible creations, and lastly to everyone in the audience for tuning in. I think there will be a recording of this somewhere on YouTube at a later date. For those lucky enough to have tickets this afternoon at Salon, you'll see Ming and Emily with some of these bejeweled creations in person, handling them. I'm so jealous I can't be there. So do enjoy that. That's a brilliant experience. Otherwise, we're going to be hosting some other live events on the book tour, coming to you in Antwerp on the 28th of November, Copenhagen on the 5th of December, and the British Museum on the 24th of November. There's plenty more where this came from. We'd love to see you soon. And if you have any more questions, let us know through New York Jewelry Week. So thank you, everyone, and see you again soon.
Thanks, Mel.
Thanks, Mel.
Bye.
Bye.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that fabulous presentation. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Melanie, for being our guide through that amazing kickoff to Jewelry Week 2021. Just all of these fantastic themes already coming up that I can tell are going to permeate throughout the week. Transformation, interdisciplinary practice, you know, beauty, fragility, expression. I can't thank you all enough for being our first program here today. And as Melanie said, if you're lucky enough to have tickets, you will hopefully see us over at Salon. There's a number of other programs that are taking place at Salon. Unfortunately, to our live stream listeners, they're all sold out already. But hopefully you're rushing over there right now to complete your day. We have a number of other fantastic programs happening in person. Mackenzie Latour's trunk show is running from 12 to 4 today. You can see the Bejeweled Butterflies of Wallace Chan, Ornamentum, and Didier are also at Salon. And then we'll be back here on the live stream at 4 o'clock for Indigenous Brilliance. So folks, take a break, stretch your legs. We'll see you out in the wild in New York City. And thank you so much to our panelists for being here today.
Thank you.
Great being with you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you joined us this morning for Winged Beauty, which was an amazing panel to kick off New York City Jewelry Week. If not, do not fret. The live stream will be up for 24 hours on our YouTube channel if you missed this morning's program. I also hope you had fun at Salon if you joined us in person for some of those amazing talks that happened. Once again, I am your host for this week, Alex Darby, and I'm excited to kick off this afternoon's virtual programming again with a fantastic panel, Indigenous Brilliance. I'm going to introduce our moderator in just a moment, but once again, don't forget to RSVP for the rest of the week. There's still time to plan your week and check out all the amazing things that we have to offer at New York City Jewelry Week, both in person and virtually. If you're in NYC, tomorrow we have a fantastic all-day program happening at the Museum of Arts and Design. So head to our website and get your tickets for that. And don't worry if you're joining us from afar and can't be here in person. We have plenty of things for you to explore at NYCJewelryWeek.com. Our virtual booths, our virtual exhibitions, Future Heirloom, Exhibitionist, and of course, our Here We Are and First Dibs Marketplace went live today. So be sure to check that out as well. All right, it is exciting time. We're ready to go with our 4 p.m. panel. I'm going to introduce our moderator in just a second. Okay, so Amber-Dawn Bear Robe is a curator and art historian. She holds MAs in both American Indian Studies and art history, and is a professor of art history at the Institute of American Indian Arts in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Her curatorial projects include producing the annual Indigenous fashion show for the Southwestern Association for Indian Arts, among numerous other exhibitions, and her work challenges assumptions and stereotypes of the representation of Indigenous voices in the contemporary art scene. Welcome to New York City Jewelry Week, Amber.
Alex, it's great to be here. So I just wanted to say I'm also in New York City. I haven't been to New York City for like 2 decades, so it's really exciting to be here. And so if there is some background music, it's just, or background noise, that's just the natural New York City soundtrack.
The scape.
So, first of all, thank you very much. Our discussion today is, although we're starting with jewelry, we really extend to beyond just jewelry, and we extend to the exciting world of Indigenous fashion and futuristic design to imperative issues such as repatriation, appropriation, materials and process, history and technique. As all artists, everyone on this panel represents who they are as individuals, meaning I'm not speaking all of Native North Americans. I'm from a cold Siksika Nation, which is in Calgary, Alberta. So we're speaking for our individual selves and not for all of Native North American jewelers or artists. And too often Native art, jewelry, and fashion is relegated to craft or categorized as traditional or not traditional, and sometimes pigeonholed as curiosities based on non-Native perspectives. Native jewelry is much more than beadwork from the plains and silver and turquoise from the Southwest. Artists talking today are visionaries who use diverse materials, techniques, and process, bringing innovative Indigenous glam to the world of jewelry and fashion. So I just want to show a couple of images for the jewelers and artists that we're talking about today. Is my screen being scared? Can't talk. Sharon? All right. So first, I'd like to introduce the panelists and artists, and this is Tayler, and she is a beadwork artist and founder of Kamama Beadwork, and currently studying fine art at the Institute of American Indian Arts in Santa Fe, New Mexico. We're also going to be talking with Elias Jade Not Afraid, who has won many awards for creating art and jewelry that incorporates modern high fashion and punk elements with traditional Crow beadwork techniques. Oh, I don't think I need to. So this is an image of Elias Not Afraid. Beautiful work. And recently, Elias has ventured into the world of fashion. And we will also be talking to Jason Brown of Decontie Brown. And Decontie Brown is a husband and wife team who create fashion and jewelry and are the driving force behind the creativity and vision of the company Decontie Brown. And we will also be talking with Catherine Blackburn, a fellow Canadian. She's a multidisciplinary artist and jeweler who merges mixed media and fashion to create dialogue and space exploring Indigenous sovereignty, decolonization, and representation. She has also won many grants and awards. And so I'd like to go back to the panelists, to the artists and jewelers here, and start asking them some questions, open it up to the floor. So I'd like to begin with Tayler, if you want to just kind of briefly introduce yourself. And I just wanted to, the question I have for you is, you started Kamama, which is the Cherokee word for butterfly, to showcase your colorful, flat-stitched, beaded floral motifs and mixed media. You state that your art is one way in keeping your culture alive and an aspect in your life. After you introduce yourself, could you tell us a little bit about how you came to Kamama beadwork, the type of jewelry you designed for the label, and how is this one way to support your culture as a continually living and changing entity? So basically that's 3 questions into one. So ask me if you need me to remind you what the questions are again.
Thank you. Osio Tayler Dawadon. Hi everyone, my name is Tayler. I am a Cherokee artist. And I'm really excited to be here today alongside such incredible people that I've looked up to for a while. Yeah, so I started Kamama beadwork a couple of years ago, and it wasn't really purposeful. I was just trying to, share my art, and I didn't really know where it would go. It was just a creative outlet for me, but I'm really grateful for the direction that it has come to. I decided on Kamama because I've always had an affinity for butterflies and, their transformation throughout their lives. And I feel like that's what my art has been for me. It's transformed alongside of me, and it's grown to become something more beautiful than I thought that it would ever be. So it's been quite the journey that I'm really grateful for. Can you repeat the other questions, please?
Well, can you tell us a little bit about the type of jewelry that you create with Kamama beadwork?
Yeah, so I dabble in a lot of different things. I feel like my main focus has been earrings, and I think that that's because I love how there's something that you can wear every day, just something beautiful to take alongside of us all the time. But I also like to do necklaces and cuffs and hats, and I've also delved into making my own clay beads, which is something that Cherokee people have done for a long time, and making them into necklaces. And yeah.
Great. And how long have you been living in Santa Fe for now?
I've been living in Santa Fe for almost a year.
Almost a year. Okay. So what has your experience been working in Santa Fe? I know it's been, during weird times, during the pandemic, but being at the Institute of American Indian Arts, you're surrounded by artists from various Indigenous nations across Native North America. Has this had an impact at all on your jewelry practice?
Oh, absolutely. For one, Santa Fe, the colors in Santa Fe are really inspiring to me because I grew up in the Pacific Northwest, and so it's very different environment naturally than from where I come from. So that's been inspiring. But also there's so many incredible artists that go to IAIA, and I have learned so much about other mediums that I've never really delved into before. And I think that, keeping my options open in what I'm interested in and experimenting with other types of work has helped me grow as a beader. And that's thanks to all the incredible artists that I'm surrounded by, because they're just so talented.
Great. Thank you. And I believe all artists on the panel today have ventured to Santa Fe, New Mexico at some point. And so I'm going to move on to Elias and have you introduce yourself. But I would like to just kind of introduce you as your work could be considered the rebel of Indigenous beading. You create jewelry and fashion based on historical crow design, to creating large beaded skull medallions with glass and 24-karat gold cut beads. Can you tell us a little bit about the inspirational process in the imagery and designs of some of your work?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me here. My name is Elias Not Afraid. I am a member of the Crow tribe located here in Montana. I am a bead artist. I've been beading for over 18 years now. Started when I was 19. When I was 19, sorry. I started when I was 12. I'm a self-taught artist and been doing beadwork ever since, learning new techniques and all. But what really what inspires me with it is I just do stuff that I like aesthetically. I can see a skull or like some roses or something, or like a nice geometric crow design, and try to blend the two together, or just kind of mix with both aesthetics and try something different that's more to my liking, not kind of step away from being from traditional art, like doing traditional designs. But that's just when I have that extra time to work on stuff like that. But a majority of the time I kind of focus more on crow beadwork with the geometric and floral designs. I've been doing a lot of research, just looking at old historic photos in archives, from photos of like in museums and stuff, just looking at the different colors, the different patterns, shapes, designs, the different items that were made, and tried to kind of use that as a base or like the foundation for a project that I'm working on, and we'll just build off of that. Most of the time with design and color, I usually just kind of come up with it on the spot. Like I'll have the inspiration, like I'll see a skull and have the inspiration to like beat a skull, but I'll also try to incorporate other elements into it, just to kind of challenge myself with the technique itself, like challenging myself using smaller beads, more colors that I don't really use, images that look really hard to do, and try to use that and just push forward and see what else can be done with it.
Well, I think it's amazing that you're self-taught, and beadwork is such a time consuming, but also just very technically challenging, and the work that you create and the patterns design is amazing. And then so you've recently now entered into the world of fashion, although I mean beadwork is fashion, but physical outfits for people. So can you tell us a little bit about this latest fashion collection? I believe you've sold out.
Yeah.
Yes, you've sold out. So when can we expect more? What was the inspiration that led you into the world of fashion?
Well, I've always been into fashion ever since growing up as a kid, just looking at Vogue magazine, and just always wanting to venture into that, to do like a ready-to-wear clothing line, and wanted to go into go to school for it at AI, but I just never did. So it kind of was a dream that was pushed off to the side. And while doing beadwork, like I've been a full-time artist since 2016, and I was told not that I couldn't do something, and for me that's a challenge. And so within 1 year I was able to, well, more than a year, maybe 2 years, was able to learn how to do photography and work with Photoshop, and use that to create my prints based off my beadwork. And I just threw it all together, overthought a lot of things, and then when I was finally ready for it, or when it was finally done and everything, I launched it off the site on my website, and it sold out in, I think, like 7 days, which is pretty cool. And I'm very thankful for, like, my customers and people that support me and stuff. So it's been a journey, but it's crazy to know that, like, that just happened this year. It kind of seemed like it was last year, just, being all busy this year.
Yeah, that's fantastic. It's like your fashion was out and gone in a flash. When can we expect a new collection?
I've already started on my second collection. I should be doing it by next March, or in March 2022. So.
Fabulous. I'll have to put a reserve address before they're all sold out.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Elias. And now, continuing with the world of fashion, I would like to introduce Jason Brown of Decontie Brown. Jason creates what I would say is futuristic jewelry and fashion design rooted in his Wabanaki culture. And I'm going to quote Jason here, quote, "Our work is motivated by the desire to bring to life the designs created by imagination. We find inspiration in nature and in the intricate beauty of our Wabanaki culture." So Jason, after you introduce yourself, can you please expand on that quote using the golden weave statement ring as an example? And I believe that, oh, no, you have your images up there. Good. Okay. Or whatever you want to use as an example. But yeah, please expand on the quote and introduce yourself.
Yeah, so I'm more than happy to talk about that ring. Hey, everybody, my name is Jason Brown, and I am one half of Decontie Brown, and I am from the Penobscot Nation. And my wife, Donna Decontie Brown, who you see pictured here with me, is also Penobscot and Algonquin from First Nations, Kitagan, ZB, Maniwaki, Quebec. So together, we came together creating Decontie Brown. It really started as, I think a lot of Native people that go down this path started with like traditional beadwork, them teaching us beadwork as children, and then the beadwork. Then we created our own regalia, and created the adornment that went with that. And the beautiful thing is our Wabanaki people, our culture, we have a beautiful history of adorning ourselves with trade brooches and things made out of metal that we didn't necessarily always make ourselves. We would take our designs to, local silversmiths and have those pieces made for us. So there's a rich history and a rich tradition of adornment that goes way back even further than that. And speaking to that, sort of our evolution, this picture that you see here, you see this is what we call our creation cuff. And Wabanaki people from Maine and the Maritimes, we're really known for our brown ash basketry. And I come from a long line of weavers, but being a jeweler, I really tried to figure out a way to make this work. And traditionally, we mined copper and hammered it out and created like jingle cones and adornments and bracelets and things like that, thousands of years ago. So, I thought this piece here in copper and wood, it ties in our creation story, the design. We come from the ash tree, and it also ties in the ash and the traditional technique of weaving. It has the copper that, my ancestors would have mined and created jewelry out of a long time ago. And it's put together with traditional riveting. And then that evolved into creating different pieces in Argentium silver. And so the really beautiful thing about that is I don't know if any Wabanaki person had done anything like this up until this point. So it was pretty cool to put this all together, and museums in the area started collecting these pieces for their collection. So the evolution led to this statement ring right here. And what you see here is I wanted to take it to another step and really take it to another level as jewelry and fine art. As my jewelry evolves and just gets more elaborate. And I try to push it and find new ways and new techniques to put into my work. So I did a little studying on gold gilding. And so I gilded the brown ash with 24 karat gold. And then I wove it. And then I set it into this ring using different techniques. There's soldering, there's riveting, there's diamonds and stone setting, there's peridots and diamonds, and just create a really kind of a wild and crazy statement ring, you know, and not really worry about how practical it is. Just create to create it. And that's where this piece came from. You can see in the picture next to it, the model who's wearing it. She's also wearing a dress representing the forsythia flower. Now, this is a creation that we also made, a gown that she's modeling in, and also it has earrings to match. So this piece right here, it's a culmination of, to me, you know, my ancestors, they were very, you know, if they found a way to do something and it worked and they couldn't make it better, they held on to it. But if there were new techniques that came along, they adopted them and they created their own technological advances. And I feel the same way in putting all these techniques together to create the jewelry. And that leads up to, you know, another evolution, which is creating music. And this is a music box, and it's bringing together all those techniques that you saw in the ring, the stone setting, the stone cutting, the weaving, except I worked technology into this piece here, and created and recorded an original song and performed it and sing it. So when you open up the box, it plays the song. So it's all an evolution from, you know, really from starting off, you know, as a child with beadwork and moving through to regalia, and then creating jewelry to sell, and then jewelry inspiring fashion. And then the fashion inspiring, well, if we're going to do fashion shows, we need runway music. And so I've always been a traditional singer, so we started creating our own runway music. These are some of our looks from Santa Fe Indian Market Fashion Show. And this led up to this past Santa Fe Indian Market Fashion Show, where everything kind of culminated into where this whole creative journey is going. And I perform traditional music and contemporary music as Firefly. And so what we did was we created this outfit that I'm wearing, and Amber-Dawn had me open the show, and we kept it a huge surprise. So it's quite a creative journey, and I love how everything ties in and it leads you to the next road. But again, you circle back and you use all the techniques in all those different areas, and you just keep going.
Yeah, the opening was absolutely amazing, and you just the opening captured the crowd. It was great to watch your opening, and I wasn't quite knowing what to expect, but it blew everybody away. And so I'm so excited to be working with you again next year, Jason. Can you tell us maybe what you have in store for SWAIA? Next year is SWAIA's 100th anniversary. It'll be the SWAIA Indigenous, the 9th fashion show, which Catherine Blackburn is also going to be a part of. But can you give us a little glimpse, a little hint into what you might be doing for 2022?
Well, so I guess it's official then.
Official.
It's official. Well, thank you for the invite. Hey, you've heard it first right here, folks. It's official. So, having said that, you know, I mean, you know me, Amber-Dawn. It's just, it's going to hit. And when it hits hard. But at this moment, I honestly don't know. And, but the beauty of it is, you know, we like to surprise. We like to do the unexpected. And you know that we come with it, you know. So I'm looking forward to the opportunity to work with you again. And let's really collaborate and create something that just people just will not expect. I love that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jason. Now, can you guys hear that staticky, or is that just me? It's just me? Okay, good. Okay, so Catherine Blackburn, You know, I've worked with you in the past. We actually have just worked long distance. So I really hope, well, next year we will be working in person. I'm so excited. But you brilliantly push the idea of jewelry and fashion to the extreme, dissolving the lines between jewelry, fashion, and art. Your work also ventures into very political issues, bringing attention to ideas and histories and present realities, such as the strength of Indigenous women, and bringing attention to forgotten or ignored histories like colonization and assimilation, and the importance of language, Indigenous language. And I think all artists, that all of you touch on many of these issues, but from your own unique ways. But it's amazing, Catherine, how you can pack all of this into your visually stunning bodies of work that has been exhibited and collected by many important institutions. So after you introduce yourself, can you please talk a bit about the process and idea behind your plastic beadwork, particularly your New Age Warrior collection, which I believe has all been scooped up by museums?
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, thanks for having me, first off, and congratulations to all of you. I've been such huge fans of all of you for so long, and so nice to this is virtual, but I like to see your faces, so hi. So Aglanate, my name is Catherine Blackburn. I am Dene Sulene in European. I'm from English River First Nation in northern Saskatchewan. Saying that, I grew up in rural Saskatchewan, and my upbringing, I guess you could say, has really been the catalyst to explore obviously themes of identity, but surrounding Indigenous contemporary experience. And I really like to fuse this idea of the historical with the contemporary, whether it be materials or concepts, kind of recontextualizing to frame it to something that I understand, as I didn't grow up on my reservation. And so I'm inspired by this duality of what makes me me. And so, yeah, I've expanded. I started beadwork. It wasn't until I believe 2008 is when I initially learned. However, I grew up around my grandmother, who is an exceptional beadwork artist. She would never claim to be an artist. It's a labor of love, and it's a history that's based in labors of love. And so I grew up watching her bead and always surrounded by her beading materials. However, I didn't actually learn from her. I learned from a friend of mine in Morley, Alberta, not too far from where you're from, Amber-Dawn. And her style of beadwork was more dance related, so regalia, very bright and glitzy colors. And so it's interesting to me when I look at my jewelry now and how it varies. I kind of do some more, I guess you would say, glamorous, using the golds and the transparent beads and more of that glitzy flair. But I also my work is also utilizes historical materials as well, moose hide and caribou hide. I recently learned caribou hair tufting this past year and a half, so that's been really nice to incorporate into my practice as well. But yeah, so that's kind of a broad overview. In terms of New Age Warriors, that work began as work for an exhibition and grew into the fashion runway realm, which was really exciting and new for me. Like you said, jewelry is fashion. So I think I compartmentalized the two for so long. And now that I'm kind of mashing all these ideas and concepts together, it's really exciting to see the direction that my work's going now in terms of wearable work and artwork. And yeah, so it's a non-conventional garment collection, of which I had, it's one rooted in community and kinship, for the fact that I brought in many collaborators and collaborating artists for that collection itself. And so I was really speaking to our different experiences as Indigenous people. And like you said, not wanting to generalize. So often we're pigeonholed and we're stereotyped and we're put into these boxes. And I was realizing during the beginnings of that work, the creation of that work, that I was really speaking to a variety of different nations and designs. And so that's when I brought in designers either from those nations that I was speaking to, or that could help me frame those accurately and not misrepresent what I was wanting to do and wanting to use. And so it became this really beautiful community-led project. And through it, I created, I don't even know how many garments now. It kept extending. I got invited to 3 different runways, and I think by the last runway, I had around 12 looks. So it was created using plastic beads, also known as perler beads, children's kid craft. And the initial concept for that was just due to the fact that I couldn't possibly bead using glass beads to create the amount of work that I wanted to create for that exhibition. And that's when I turned to perler beads. And so by, just kind of trial and error and a whole lot of what looked like kids craft sessions at the table, maybe some swearing involved, I finally got it, the process down enough that I was able to kind of create these what I refer to as armor pieces that were worn by the models on the runway, but as well as being worn by really important women in my life. And through that, I'm speaking to garment making traditionally being a more woman-centered process. However, that has changed. And it's continually evolving, and so is our art in many different forms. And so I really wanted to push the boundaries in terms of, I guess, maybe having a voice in terms of how our art and culture have always had been suppressed with the arrival of the first Christian missionaries to our land, to our nation. All these art forms were banned. And so now it's about the power that is back, that we hold, and the responsibility that I feel I do have as an artist to use that in a way that is really uplifting for our people, for our nations, for our community. And the way that we've always worked in collaboration with each other, and also with the land itself. Our works are collaborations with the land, for the simple fact that we use these natural materials within our practices. And so it's kind of meshing all of those things together. It's really about the power and transformation through wearable work, and how powerful one feels when they put those garments on, and what it celebrates. And that's love and pride and power and beauty and brilliance of our people.
Absolutely. And I'm excited to be working with you again next year for the SWAIA 2022 fashion show in August. Can you give us a little insight into the new collection that you'll be debuting next year?
Maybe.
A little hint.
I guess I'm really wanting to push that boundary further. Like Elias mentioned, I'm continually wanting to challenge myself and what I can do with beads, particularly beads. And so I've always been really interested in realism, in portraiture, in just always kind of pushing the boundaries of my own skills and what I can do. And so I guess the collection it's doing that in a sense that it's challenging me greatly right now. But through it, I'm also inviting other artists to be part of it. It's very much going to be a collaborative collection in that sense. But it will headline my niece, Melanie LeBlanc, in the garment making aspect of the work itself. And I'm going to be focusing on the accessories. And saying that, though, on the accessories front, I'm also going to be collaborating with multiple different artists to bring in aspects of metalsmithing, goldsmithing, and really meshing all of these worlds together to create what I hope will be some very avant-garde accessory pieces mixed in with the wearable work and garment wear. So I'm not going to say too much more than that because I don't want to give too much away.
Well, it sounds fantastic. I can't wait. Thank you, Catherine. So I kind of, when we were all talking earlier in the week, we talked about materials, because all of you use materials in different ways, of course, but you approach a variety of materials from natural resources such as dentillion shells, dew claws, elk teeth, and precious stones, to man-made supplies such as what you work with, Catherine, plastic beads, and other man-made materials. Can some of you talk a little bit about the importance of the materials used and some of the challenges with natural materials that may be used, especially during COVID? One of my friends said that during COVID, like dentillion shells were hard to get a hold of, at least where she was. So maybe Elias, you can speak a little bit about to the materials and kind of the importance of the materials that you work with.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, doing a lot of my research on, just particularly crow beadwork, I've also looked into the, different the different items that they were wearing, and one of them being jewelry, and using materials that come from the land, such as like buckskin, rawhide, the tools that are made, like they use the bones to like make tools and stuff. But for jewelry, like for crows, we consider elk teeth, or elk ivories as diamonds. An elk only grows one pair of ivory, so they only have two elk teeth ivories per elk, and so we consider them like diamonds, because once that elk is, it's dead, the bones are there, that just disintegrates and everything. The only thing that's left behind are the ivories. So like obtaining them kind of materials, it's pretty challenging because there's not really that many out there, and whatever is out there you have to find and like kind of hunt down. But using the materials in my work, it kind of makes it in a sense more authentic than using like say resin ivories or other like plastic material like the resin ivories, because those are just so common everywhere, and we use them a lot. I even use them a lot in the beginning of doing what I do. But when doing this, like collecting these materials, I've also collected like old vintage and antique glass seed beads from Italy and France. And what I've noticed is that the challenging part, besides finding like them being so hard to find, is that they are pricey. They do cost money, and it is an investment. To me, I think it's an investment that pays itself off. And what I do with any of my pieces that I make with these items like elk ivory or dentillium shells, different types of claws, and as I try to match by using other high quality materials with it. So I use a lot of like old trade beads and glass Italian beads in my work and in my jewelry. So kind of pairing those together, it's like it's the same materials that are in the collections at the museum. The only thing that's different is just I use a wire for the necklaces and stuff. So it is pretty hard to obtain certain items like the dentillium shells, because they are being over dredged in the sea. So there's like laws now that are out there that are restricting to like obtain them. So whatever's out there is pretty much it. So start collecting.
Yeah, and I think it's just interesting when you look at the way that you approach materials and how they are so valuable, such as the elk ivories, and worth financially worth a lot of money. But then we also have Catherine Blackburn taking kind of these plastic, almost like the child projects that you're talking about, but then they're made into this absolutely fabulous $1 million collection that is highly sought after by museums. So it's just this interesting dichotomy. But does anybody else want to talk about, because you all use materials just so differently, and even Jason with you bringing weaving into the jewelry, I think is fascinating. Does somebody else want to kind of chime in terms of the process and materials used? And I think it's as an Indigenous person, I'm speaking for myself, there really is kind of connecting it to the land or connecting it to where you are from, and also honoring possibly that the animal that the materials come from. Does anybody else want to chime in on that?
I can chime in. Oh, were you done? Okay. Okay. I guess I just wanted to say from my experience too, growing up watching my grandmother also did her own hide preparation. And so the process of hide preparation can take weeks, from the harvesting of the animal to cleaning to, dehairing and smoking that hide. And when I was younger, of course, I wasn't creating at a young age. So I didn't realize how precious these items were, these materials were, until I was older. And like Elias was saying, like, these are expensive materials, these have taken time, and you want to compensate people for that work and that, that love that they're pouring into that material. And what I've noticed, especially within the last couple of years during COVID, is this generosity and power of trade within our social media platforms. And I haven't met a lot of people, other artists in person that I've, during the last 2 years. I've met a lot of artists online, and there's this willingness and this drive to want to trade for materials and trade, because we honor these pieces so highly. And so that's how I've been gathering a lot of my materials these last couple of years, is through trade, is through, oh, I have this to offer. Would you be, willing to, and they'll go into communities where they have access, or aunts and uncles that are doing the hide prep and are wanting to sell, a hide, or looking for that, cash flow. And it's like, I can help. Okay, let's do this. And so, that where the money's going, and that it's being fed back into communities. And it's also, it's brilliant and it's beautiful. And there's more and more of that happening. I think I'm finding, especially through, like I said, these online platforms, that people have been able to create businesses that, are putting that back in our hands, putting that power back in our hands. And it's really important. I think it's such a huge, an important aspect of what we do, and that exchange that we're creating with one another.
Absolutely. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Jason, Tayler?
Like, one thing too, when it comes to Native art, especially jewelry, is when they think of Native art, they think, kind of like pawn shop and trading post kind of thing, especially with beadwork. It's
Right.
always was considered like a trinket, or like a tourist shop gift kind of thing. And now it's become, a luxury item. It's always been a luxury item. But it's just, we've moved so far, and now that we're being paid what we should be getting paid for our items, a lot of times they don't, it's good to ask questions about the materials, say if it's something pretty expensive, just why is, what are the materials that are you using and stuff, because that's kind of one thing I'll run into here and there, is why is this so much? And then I'll be like, okay, well, these materials here, the elk ivories are, they're a bull elk, and then I'll just go into depth, from the bead to the latch hook, the hook on the back. And it just educates them that it's more than just jewelry. It's it's an heirloom, because these things can be passed on from generation to generation. I still have stuff of my great grandmother's, her beadwork and her jewelry, and it still looks in pristine condition. It's just because the materials that are used, like buckskin, that's hand tanned and smoke, it lasts for a long time. And so they're not just, it's not just jewelry, it's an heirloom as well. Like these can be passed on through your family, and yeah.
Absolutely, and I think you bring up a good point of it's not just jewelry. There's many different layers of meaning behind the works that you all create. And I'm going to ask one more question, and then I think let's open it up to see if there's anybody has questions in the audience. But I just wanted to, state, you all have messages within each work's creations, collections that you create, connection to place and community, but also each of you are inspired by your own Indigenous who you are and where you come from, but in a very contemporary form. And when we were meeting before, this idea came up too, in terms of the fine balance of looking to your historical designs, for example, like maybe looking at museum collections or family photos, but without disrespecting, so using what we may classify as historical imagery, but using this design in symbology and symbols without appropriating. Can anyone kind of talk about that fine balance, or maybe some challenges that you have when we're looking at historical work to inform your present body's work?
Okay. Yeah, that's very true. Because a lot of these designs, and especially the designs, they could, like, so one family they say they own the design, and if you like copy or replicate it, like it just becomes this big, they try to blast you like you're using my family's design and this and that. So encountering that, like, and I've copied a design, color and design, like, exactly, and I had some backlash from the family that owned that, or that, where it came from, apparently. But and so what I did with that was I just used it as a template, and I just switch everything around or add and incorporate other, like, elements or different like imagery or different geometric designs into it to make it more me. And we'll build off of that. Like, say I'll study a like a men's mirror bag, and go off historic photos and like look at the color, the materials used, and I'll try to replicate it, but not plagiarize it. Just restructure it, redesign it in a sense, but just using it based off of my own designs. And by doing that, I haven't had any kind of like pushback from it. So it's basically just creating something new, but using that as a template or like a guideline to kind of, like help you through it. But yeah, like that is one thing that's kind of that happens around here too, is people copying other people's designs and stuff. But I guess it just depends on the artist too, if they are okay with it, or if it's something that's like originally theirs.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And the idea of appropriation is very complex when it comes to Indigenous art and culture. Does anybody else want to speak to that?
Go ahead, Tayler.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. For my personal experience, in my tribe, I feel like our traditional styles of beadwork have been resurfacing more recently. Beadwork has stayed within our people, but like looking back and seeing what the designs that our ancestors did, and then rebringing them to life in a way, not copy and paste, but when I look at Cherokee beadwork, I know when it's Cherokee because there's certain styles and colors and symbolisms behind the designs that we use, or the things that we make, and it looks a lot different than from someone in the plains, if that makes sense. So I feel like it's important to look back and recognize the things that our ancestors made, and to keep those moving forward for the next generation, and to teach what they mean too, because a lot of our designs have meaning behind them, and why we choose them to tell a story. And so
Absolutely. And I think, Tayler, you're bringing up a great point, which is it's not a copy and paste. It really is understanding and knowing the history of where this imagery comes from. And it's not something that is just generically taken and then plastered on things. That there's a knowledge and a knowing behind the imagery that you all use.
I just want to briefly add to that too. I'll make it quick, but I agree with both Tayler and Elias on that too. And just wanted to say, I think it becomes tricky often because, back our ancestors, our grandparents, they often lived amongst other nations. There was communities that came together. And I know just from where I'm from in northern Saskatchewan, there was the Métis, the Cree, and the Dene that would, all live in community at certain points. And so there was a lot of exchange with design, and it brings up this concept of ownership over design, which I think is a really, it's tricky. It's something that we're talking about and that's happening. And I think the one way to overcome that is, like Elias is saying, you base it off of a template, but that you reframe it, and I agree. There's some things I agree with Tayler as well. There are some images and designs that I honor, that are my grandmother's, but I still tweak them, whether it's colorway or, adding a leaf or adding a little line here or a line there. And if I am going to copy directly from one of my grandmother's designs, usually that isn't a piece that's sold, in a way, as a way to honor that and keep it as maybe like a family heirloom piece or something that, is just mine or that I'm gifting. But it brings up larger conversations, I think, in terms of who owns these, how do we share them? And for those Indigenous people that, don't have that connection back to their family history, how does that begin? And I think it's an interesting topic to also discuss that, we could talk about more, but it's this idea of like, when our cultures and our art was suppressed and lost in many instances, it's how are we finding that connection back to it? And I think that has to also be a very like community-led, out of love starting point, where we can't be pointing the finger so much as, there's somewhere to start and we're all learning from it and we're learning from each other and we're going to make mistakes. And that's just part of the process as contemporary Indigenous people.
Agreed. Yeah, and those are great points, Catherine. Thank you. And just that history of disruption during assimilation and colonization. Don't want to get into that. That's another topic. But just when we go back further in terms of exchange of ideas and materials and songs and foods and recipes, that has been happening within North and South America way before contact. So there's no kind of such thing as this is traditional and this is not. Culture is a living and breathing entity, and trade of ideas and artwork has been happening since the beginning of time. Alex, is there any questions out there? That is anybody watching us? Are there any questions out there?
Yeah, folks have a couple of questions. Let me throw some up on the screen for you. We have a question for Elias, actually. How long does it take for you to bead a piece?
Oh, that's kind of, it just depends on what I'm making. So like, say if it's something that's new, or like if I get that, like do a commission and they say, I just give you creative freedom to do whatever you want. Just, make it colorful. I can get that done in a day or two, just because it's something new and it's something that I get to experiment with. And so it ranges. Sometimes it can take me a couple days. Sometimes it could take me a year, 2 years, depending on the project. Yeah.
Awesome. We have another question. Question for all the beaters out there. How do you take care of your hands?
A very good practical question.
Yes, our practical jeweler audience wants to know the truth.
I don't really use anything on my hands besides this skin that I just wrap around the tips of my fingers when I'm beading, just so it's like I bead on leather or smoked deer hide, so there's kind of like a resistance when like tacking down on it, so it does kind of mess up the fingers. So just trying out different things. The only thing that works best for my hands from keeping them getting calloused and torn up is this.
I'd say take breaks. I'm experiencing carpal tunnel really bad the last 2 years, and it's just like the repetitive motion of beadwork. And so if you can, in your schedule with all the deadlines, be able to take breaks from your work and your back as well. I'm finding that these are very real realities I'm now facing, and I don't consider myself old. So taking care of yourself, important.
One thing too, I just want to add to your thing, like the carpal tunnel. I don't really like show it, but I wear these like brace things on my wrist because I have had like I do a lot of beading like every day, like it's a full-time thing for me. And I started to develop that too, that not carpal tunnels, like tendonitis or something, but where my hands were like going numb and stuff. And I would notice that when I would bead for long periods of time that it would do that too, and it would like hurt, so I would have to stop. But I've learned to like just, wearing these braces on like my wrists, just, where it's not too troublesome, and that's helped to where I can just bead as long as I want. So there's another tip. Because that is a problem for beaders and other artists, is carpal tunnel.
Yeah, repetitive injuries are a jeweler's a jeweler's problem for sure, or creative practice in general. We have another question from Nicholas. How are you all involved in training or teaching the next generation of Indigenous artists? I think some of you sort of spoke to this already, but perhaps someone else wants to elaborate further.
I can speak to that. Something that we did recently here where I live in Bangor, Maine. And so as an Indigenous artist, I guess, and running the gauntlet of applying for these juried shows and what it takes to put a show together, all that, it can be really intimidating if you're just starting out. I know it was when we were just starting out, to even think that we could get to that point. So what we did, I guess Decontie and Brown partnered with Downtown Bangor Partnership, which is a nonprofit here in Bangor, Maine, that oversees all the downtown businesses and does things like First Friday and stuff like that in the downtown area and different events and promotions. And we put together a 2-day celebration event for Native American Heritage Month. And part of that was a pop-up Native art market. And we did it in under a month. And we actually created an opportunity for some new artists who were just sort of finding their way, through COVID, having that opportunity to look inward and to maybe start sewing, to start working on some fashion, to start working on some beadwork. And they were able to, come out and get a table. We got sponsorship. And they had an excellent show, and it was it was so heartwarming and such an honor to be able to give back in that way, and provide an opportunity where artists would have an opportunity to see what it is to go and do a show and to actually have a successful show that just boosted them. And I know they're home getting ready for the show that's coming up in December. So that's just one thing that's really fresh with me that I wanted to point out. Besides from actually, sitting down with somebody and teaching them, you know, there's all kinds of different ways that you can help boost the next generation of artists and help boost the creatives that may be sort of just not quite sure of their next step. Well, help them find that step, and you know, they'll get some confidence and they'll be off and running, just like we all had to go through that. We all did. So it's good to give back that way.
Agreed. And I think, you know, just you all being out there, having your platforms, being on a diversity of platforms such as this panel, representing across Native North America, your artwork is a way of, you know, carrying and teaching and inspiring next generations of Indigenous artists. So we're out of time. We're out of time. I want to thank you all so much for joining me on this panel, this amazing panel today. I hope to see all of you artists, jewelers soon in Santa Fe. And, you know, remember, each artist here has a website. Please buy direct from the artists. Each artist has their own individual narrative and representation and empowerment. I encourage you to buy Native, go to Beyond Buckskin Boutique to get some further insight into jewelers. And yeah, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for inviting us, Alex.
Thank you all so much for being here, panelists. What a fantastic conversation. I'm actually a huge fan of all of your work on the side, unrelated to this. So I'm very excited to meet you all via the screen. And thank you so much for sharing so much about your work and your practice. What a great conversation. I think already we're seeing some fantastic themes emerge as part of Jewelry Week, and we're only 2 virtual programs in. Lots of talk about transformation. There's already a butterfly through line happening today. Technology, artistic inspiration, community reciprocity. I can't thank you for being here. And I am going to introduce our next program. I'm very excited for this. Let me just throw it up here for you. This is our final virtual program of the day. And I am going to introduce our next speaker. Okay, so we have, oh, my screen's doing a funny thing. Our next program is Channeling Cultural Identities in Black Diasporic Jewelry, my goodness, with curator Lamar Gales. Lamar R. Gales Jr. is a technical art historian, archaeogemologist, anthropologist of jewelry, gems, minerals, and a jeweler. What a fantastic list of things. Gales specializes in utilizing artistic experiential practices, experimental archaeology, scientific imaging and instrumentation, and historical reproduction as modes of understanding visual rhetoric and artifacts from the past. He is cum laude graduate of St. Olaf College, where he received a bachelor's degree in art history, ethnic studies, and ethnoaesthetics, and archaeological materiality. Welcome to Jewelry Week, Lamar. Oh.
Thank you so much, Alex, for that lovely introduction. Awesome. I'm about to get started with the presentation. Thank you all so much for joining me. Give me 1 second. Awesome. So the title again, thank you again, Alex, for this lovely introduction. The title of this presentation is Channeling Cultural Identities in Black Diasporic Jewelry. So basically, over the last summer, I curated an exhibition, or I presented an exhibition that I curated at the National Museum of Ornamental Metals at in Memphis, Tennessee. And I wanted to give you guys some background on the exhibitions that I've curated so you can understand the context of where the talk's going to go. Initially, a lot of this practice around Black diasporic jewelry I rooted with my great-grandmother, Vera Lee. Vera brought this ring, this ruby ring, when she came up from Nashville, Arkansas, during the Great Migration period to Chicago. So around the 1930s, when she was around 16 or 15, she brought this ring with her. And I always talk about it in my lectures or my talks because the ring for me, and also a lot of pieces of jewelry in her collection, really speak to me as tools to talk about cultural memory and also present different ideas and sentiments relevant to her story as a Black woman, navigating moving to the North, being the eldest of like 4 children, and just understanding the nuances in her own life. And moving forward, seeing jewelry in my great-grandmother's life, I always talk about having the blessing of having a great amount of matriarchs in my life, in my upbringing. I had the blessing of knowing my great-great-grandmother, so Vera's mother. I knew Vera, my grandmother, and it's very similar on my paternal side of the family as well, where I know several grandmothers over as well. But moving forward, when I got to middle school, I was tasked with a history project to explore my personal background in a field that I was interested in. And I was always interested in jewelry again because of my great-grandma. So I thought about trying to find the first African-American male jeweler or the first Black jeweler. And looking into the research, the first one that popped up, and back then, I would say I'm 24 now, so 12 years ago, was Art Smith. And his work is fantastic. We see it here presented with the Art Smith cuff, and also modeled on a Black or woman of color model. And we also see Art Smith pictured here on the right, wearing one of his necklaces as well with an agate set in the center. And looking into his work, I realized there had to be a larger story behind Black jewelry. He started creating jewelry in the late 1940s, early 1950s. And the history of African Americans or Black Americans in the country, or really Blacks in the diaspora, extends way beyond the 1940s. So I knew there had to be an older name out there. Then fast forward again to 2018, 2019, my college, St. Olaf College, gave me several grants to do research around African-American jewelry, which culminated into an exhibition at our college's art museum called Flattened Art Museum. This exhibition allowed me the opportunity to present some findings from the summer before. The grants were specifically awarded to me so I could procure African-American jewelry during that summer from various auctions and from various, I guess you might say, catalog sales, estate sales, things of that nature. And in doing so, I also presented a lot of ephemera on different Black jewelers. And I titled this first exhibition, Conjuring Black Histories in Jewelry and Metal, referencing, again, this sort of history of, referencing the history of conjuring and referencing the history of sort of mysticism attributed to a lot of Black diasporic spiritual beliefs, especially during the colonial period. When we look into Black archaeology of the 17th century onward, a lot of cultural objects, artistic objects that don't fall into the realm of painting or sculpture are often attributed a magical sort of essence. And during this exhibition, I really wanted, after it to be completed, it to be continued in another space. And then that following year, I was awarded the Society of North American Goldsmiths Emerging Curator Award to produce or redo the exhibition or expand upon it in another host institution. I'm from Chicago initially, the South Side. So I picked the Southside Community Arts Center, which is an institution that I volunteered at since I was in high school. And I'm very interested in their sort of positioning within the city of Chicago, connected to a lot of different Black metal workers. So I felt like it was very apt to have the exhibition there. Here we see me working with different archival images and, again, expanding on the narrative to now include people from the West Coast, and also being able to welcome artists, because my school, St. Olaf College, was in Minnesota. Not a lot of artists could get there, but this exhibition was also timed during the CAA conference of that year. So we were able to get some people down and also able to have artists that were local visit the exhibition while it was up. And this is Faith Davis being pictured in front of her piece here with an archival image of her back from the 1990s right there. And after that exhibition, I was contacted by, again, the National Museum of Ornamental Metal to do an exhibition this summer, or last summer, titled Divine Legacies in Black Jewelry. That exhibition was sponsored by the Center for Craft. And it was a really fabulous opportunity to present the first ever exhibition with a museum with a national scope, focusing mainly on Black jewelry. And within the exhibition, I wanted the opportunity to explore different legacies and express how there's a lot of pluralistic practices within Black jewelry, and it's not tied to one sort of monolithic view or one monolithic aesthetic, if you will. I wanted to give you all context for this next part of the presentation. Now I'm going to talk about different materials and techniques that we might, and motifs that we might see throughout the work that was included both in the exhibition, but more broadly in the canon of Black jewelry. A lot of these works are from different institutions around the country or from private collections, some of which are also in my own collection here. The first example of a material that we're going to explore is the cowrie shell. Cowrie shells have a strong historical prominence in West Africa, but also throughout the continent of Africa and many parts of the world that utilize oceans as a form of trade. Within the context of West Africa, they were often used as a form of currency. In a lot of contexts, they also hold a spiritual meaning or a spiritual power. This also holds over true when we get to the Black diaspora. These two images of cowrie shells and other objects were found on 2 different plantation sites in the North America area. Or maybe I believe both were in the East Coast, one north, one in south part of the East Coast. And as we see, these cowrie shells were used for adornment as well. And also in historical Africa, they were used for adornment, like making necklaces and being beaded on string and everything like that. And also being incorporated into spiritual objects or artistic objects too. And as you see here, these objects dated between around the 1600s to the 1800s are present within the North American context. So we see a persistence of the use of cowrie shells even during transatlantic enslavement of Black persons, which illustrates that, again, there is this persistence to use cultural materials that bridge beyond the sort of hegemony of Eurocentric art practices. An artist, actually in the 1990s, or really throughout the 20th century, a lot of artists that were making work with jewelry, Black artists making work with jewelry, started incorporating cowrie shells into their work. An example of this is Akosua Bandele's Stilt Dancer from 1992. In this piece, we see Akosua create an anthropomorphic form. She creates a form using etched metal, which is basically an acidic process or chemical process to create varying patterns or textures on top of metal. She utilizes natural fibers to simulate Black American locks, so the hair type. And she also uses this sort of leaf-like patina or leaf-like etching to create sort of almost this eye-like form on top of the triangular facial structure. And we see her using cowrie shell as a form to dangle from the sort of collar, if you will, of the stilt dancer, referencing possibly the use of cowrie shells in West African traditions, because Akosua also traveled to Africa to learn or develop her metalworking skills during the 1970s and 80s. Another artist using the cowrie shell is Phyllis Bodwin in her Middle Passage brooch. Phyllis Bodwin created 2 brooches during the 1990s period, multiple editions, or not multiple editions, multiples of 2 types of brooches. This is one of which. Both of them feature this image of this sort of, if you will, diagram of a ship of holding enslaved persons. It's a really popular image from that time period, illustrating really, if you look closely, a lot of persons lined up on top of each other within this sort of cargo ship-esque space. And dangling from this piece are cowrie shells again. And if we think about the historical meaning of this icon or this diagram, cowrie shells are again from the water. They're a symbol of sort of referencing water, which is often seen as divine in some senses in West Africa. So I believe that Phyllis Bodwin in some capacity is trying to utilize the cowrie shell to express how Black or historical African cultural sentiments are traveling to the Americas, even through transatlantic enslavement, thus saying that cultural practices are persisting in the Americas. Persons are utilizing materials like the cowrie shells to reach back to their cultural past, to reach beyond the history of transatlantic enslavement, if you will. Another piece utilizing the cowrie shell is made by Lamerchi Frazier. It references the orishas. And orishas, lows, and different terms are used throughout West Africa and also the Black diaspora to reference cultural spirits or different gods. Religions like the Congo, religions like Voodoo and Voodoo, all reference Santeria, reference lows and spirits in some capacity. Lamerchi Frazier traveled to South America to develop her metalworking and silversmithing skills, and during which she wanted to do so to incorporate her iconic beadwork into silversmithing. Traditionally, she's more of a fiber artist, but she's a multimedia artist. She's not limited to one medium. And in this piece, she's layering or utilizing her elaborate beading and embroidery to create this beautiful coat over the metal figure that she pierced and cut out. But still within this metal figure, we see a cowrie shell at the center of its core. And I believe that Fraser's utilized this to sort of, again, reference how cowrie shells can mean sort of a dual, not just a dual meaning, but reference Black cultural histories. This figure, even though it has this elaborate coat, it's still at the center of the figure. It's at the core of their being. It references who they are as a person in some capacity, the root of themselves, if you will. So again, I think that cowrie shells are presenting the sense that cowrie shells are, again, prevalent within the Black diasporic jewelry practices that I've been studying. But they also have been they're being utilized beyond spiritual meaning. They're being utilized beyond the sense of currency. They're being used to express a more extended history beyond transatlantic slavery, references to a more historical or deeper, longer history for Black Americans or persons in the Black diaspora. Another piece by Lamerche Fraser is titled Birmingham Jail. And in this piece, we see more of her elaborate beadwork with accented by dangling cowrie shells at the bottom. And fast forward closer to today, we have a piece by Karen Smith here, who's an artist working in the Oakland area, who's doing a lot of fantastic work today still. She teaches African-American women in the Bay Area metalsmithing skills and is doing a lot of work to build connections amongst living Black artists or Black jewelry artists specifically today, which is fantastic. In this piece, we see a sort of reference to perhaps West African mask making motifs made out of silver. And we also see a cowrie shell in the center of the work, and dangling from the bottom an ocean jasper. Ocean jasper metaphysically, but also in terms of its etymological history, or like term, like it literally is called ocean jasper, references the water, again referencing the divine in some capacity, and the cowrie shell being between both objects, I think again illustrates in some capacity how it's traveling over water, it's connected to water, but it still is utilized as a tool to connect something else to the Black diaspora or connect something else to historical Africa, which is fascinating. Now we're going to move into talking about forms, motifs, and symbols that we saw throughout the jewelry that I've been studying for the last couple of years. And since this is New York Jewelry Week, I really wanted to take a second to focus exploring the biography or the biographical aspects of an artist in this section. Her name is Winifred Mason. This is an image of her from the 1946 ebony titled Copper Christmas, or Copper for Christmas. On the cover of the magazine, we see Winifred Mason, the jeweler, the artist I'm talking about, sporting a cuff, a dome cuff with two domes on it, and a domed ring on her hand. Winifred Mason was a jeweler, was probably one of the earlier jewelers I was able to find initially during my study. She started making jewelry around 1940, when she couldn't find a piece of jewelry that really suited her style, and she created a piece for herself from objects and materials that she found from a local hardware store, and people started complimenting her on her jewelry, and she started making things for her friends and her peers, and the practice began to grow. She's also an alumni of NYU. She has a bachelor's in English. She also has a master's in teaching of English from NYU as well. And then in 1940, again, she began making jewelry and her practice expanded. And during which she met Art Smith at the Children's Aid Society, where she was making jewelry, and they began collaborating in some sense together in her space. Eventually, they spread out, made separate ways when Winifred began going towards Haiti. In Haiti, Winifred eventually won, or for her studies in Haiti, Winifred eventually won a Rosenwald Foundation grant to go there and make jewelry inspired by the motifs in that space, or in that country, and during which she began navigating her practice again towards the country, so establishing shop there. And on the right of this side, we see an issue from the magazine, her sporting a really beautiful hammered textured cuff kind of necklace collar, and earrings that she's made as well. Again, she was one of the earliest people I could find in terms of when I first started this project. And this is an image of her marking down making costume jewelry as her profession in the 1940 census. Again, making her the earliest documented Black woman to make jewelry. And as her practice expanded, Winifred Mason became the first Black woman to sell in stores like Lord & Taylor. And Lord & Taylor can be equated to stores like Macy's. So again, like a large sort of, not chain, but like a large, not costume again, but like a large manufacturer selling to a lot of different stores and a lot of different spaces, especially when she migrated towards Haiti. And as she moved in Haiti and developed her practice, again, with the time she spent there over the last years, she began studying different symbols that she saw on different material cultural objects in the country. And she began making work utilizing symbols like the veves. And veves are abstract geometric symbols that are often drawn onto the floor or drawn onto different flat surfaces. They might be etched onto flat surfaces. They might be drawn in chalk or charcoal, different materials. And each symbol references a different venerated spirit or a god. This particular symbol, I believe, incorporates mixes several motifs together. And in this piece, we see Winifred Mason's signature look, which utilizes copper and brass. Mainly, Winifred in her practice made made strong efforts to mainly only use copper and brass. Even though we see possibly silver solder here, we again see an attempt, an artist referencing a reference to historical Africa in some capacity and a sort of prominent practice within jewelry in the Black diaspora. In parts of West Africa, brass and copper are really popular adornment objects or adornment materials. And we also see that continue on the colonial parts of the Caribbean and also parts of other parts of North America and South America. Another piece that sort of deviates from her usual practice of using, or a piece that deviates from her usual practice of utilizing brass and copper, is this piece called the Mami Wata brooch. It's made out of sterling silver. And Mami Wata is a sort of African and also Black diasporic figure that is sort of titled or connected to be a venerated spirit in West Africa. She's associated a lot with the water, so she's a water spirit, often depicted with having sort of a fish tail or having two snakes or one snake accompanying her. These are several different depictions of Mami Wata throughout the Black diaspora and also in Africa during the mid-20th century, so around the time that Winifred Mason probably produced this brooch. And as we see, it's again most likely a Mami Wata reference, only because the woman-like figure has this sort of dual-headed snake being filleted out like a boa almost, very similar to a lot of other depictions that we see her in. And we also see the fish tail and a few other mild allusions to water or even maybe the stars. And again, if we think about water within the Black diaspora, it's often associated with being divine or sort of precious or spiritual, if you will. Another motif or symbol that Winifred Mason utilized and made prominent was her use of the sunburst motif. It's a symbol that, again, very on the nose, and if that makes sense, it references the sun in a very minimalistic but detailed way with the pattern and texture that she achieves on metal. She often layers copper first, then brass, and then accents it with copper or another metal. And a lot of pieces like this were made. These are pieces that were really prominent in Lord & Taylor and a lot of the more mass-produced objects. But interestingly, Winifred Mason also, while she was in Haiti, took on assistance. And during that time, that was around the 1950s or so, she had a husband as well. And during that period, he became more of a political target during the current president of Haiti's reign. And during that period, he was assassinated, and Winifred Mason had to flee Haiti towards, I think, early 1960s. And she had to come back to the United States. And when that happened, she had to leave most of her designs there. She made a lot of different molds, a lot of different design sketches, and she left them to her different assistants that were there. And I believe in the Haiti Sun magazine from, I think, the year before her husband was assassinated, it said that she had two specific assistants, one of which I believe is J.B. Pericles, Jean-Baptiste Pericles. He's an artist that's associated with being Haiti's most noted jewelers even today. He worked mainly in the 1960s through 70s, so in 80s, early 80s, the period when Winifred Mason left, after Winifred Mason left Haiti, basically. And during that early part of his career, a lot of his work had a lot of visual similarities to Winifred Mason's practice, as we see here his, I guess you might say, twist on the sunburst motif, where we see him make it more into a disc necklace. And with it, he doesn't utilize 3 different metal layers. He instead utilizes 2 different metal layers. Later on in the Black diaspora and towards the 1970s, a lot of artists began referencing continually referencing historical cultural traditions. The artists began referencing traditions in historical Africa specifically. Some artists traveled to Africa. Some artists did a lot of research and began visiting a lot of museums. But again, a lot of artists actually traveled physically to Africa to study motifs and designs in person, undergo different kinds of metalsmithing trainings, and really just develop their practices and can root them to something that was beyond transatlantic slavery. So really reaching back towards the continent, if you will. Curtis Kojo Morrow is an example of which is in the Chicago area. Mr. Morrow is fantastic because he created a lot of different work utilizing the lost wax process, and doing which he references different things like the Akua mask, the Chiwara, which is like an antelope figure in West Africa, Egyptian bust, if you will, and different African or historical African traditional symbols. And this is something we'll see carried on throughout the 1970s and even carried on today. For instance, another work by Akosua Mendele, who we talked about in the cowrie section, we talked about in the cowrie section. She has a piece here that utilizes the Ankh. And the Ankh is a symbol of rebirth, or a symbol of new genesis, or it's often utilized in ancient Egypt to depict the symbol of both male and female, or even, again, referencing like rebirth. And in this piece, we see Akosua Mendele layer it on top of a piece of etched metal. And I thought it was fascinating because Akosua makes asymmetrical earrings. So they're each one of a kind, not one pair of a kind, but each earring is one of a kind itself. So patrons and viewers have the opportunity to pick and choose which 2 earrings they wear. This one on the left is actually a historical Ankh from ancient Egypt, from the MFA Museum in Boston. And again, we see Akosua reaching back to a historical African tradition, but this being more so from Egypt, which often is disassociated from being a Black cultural tradition in some senses. But again, during the 1970s and even now, a lot of artists in the Black diaspora are reaching back to all throughout the continent of historical Africa, and that includes ancient Egypt. Another work, or an artist utilizing a lot of symbols in their work, is Sekou Ra, who's out of Alabama. He has a lot of connections to Chicago, but right now he's living in Alabama. This particular work is called the Queen Mother brooch. It layers the Edo people's Queen Mother, or casts the Edo people's Queen Mother mask pendant in silver. It connects her to 2 ankhs, which go on to connect into a janami. And janamis are Ghanaian symbols that are connected to, I believe, the Akan, and they have sort of a reference of meaning except for God. A lot of Adinkra symbols and symbols from West Africa are utilized in connections to proverbs and have malleable and pluralistic meanings depending on the context. I believe in this particular piece, Sekou Ra is attempting to connect the Queen Mother figure, something heavily associated with Africa, and like being sort of like the loom of life, if you will, of Africa, to aunts, which again are symbols of life, and sort of bridging West African ideologies or symbologies of life with East African symbologies of life. Another work created by Sekou Ra is the Africa Consonant brooch. It utilizes 3 different symbols that we've seen already throughout this presentation. An ankh inlaid on top of jade, a piece of labradorite next to a cowrie shell that's been cast in silver, and a chiwara cast in silver hanging off the side. A chiwara is an antelope-like structure that's found within historical Africa, and these are sort of zoomorphic sculptures that are made in varying types of materials. Sekou Ra is blending the Chiwara, which is from one specific geography in historical Africa, with the symbol the cowrie, which is from many parts of Africa and also the world, and also with the Ankh, which is from specifically East Africa. So referencing how artists, again in this period, are attempting to bridge beyond specific cultural traditions, but connect to multiple cultural traditions in historical Africa, but also in Africa in general, to expand their narratives and histories beyond being sort of, again, only tied to transatlantic slavery. Another piece created by Sekou Ra is referencing the Sankofa figure. Sankofa is, again, another Adinkra symbol that typically utilizes a bird, but it also utilizes sort of a curved heart feature, or a curved heart icon, if you will. And it references looking towards the past to know where you're going, or looking towards the past to gain insight into the future. This particular symbol, you can sort of see a bird reaching its neck towards its back to see where it's been, so it knows where to go from then on. And in this heart-shaped feature, we see the sort of heart, these sort of curvature, curvature arcs, if you will, looking towards each other to gain insight on where to go forward. In this particular piece, Sekou Ra layers the heart-shaped Sankofa on top, the heart-shaped Sankofa on top of the bird-like Sankofa, and juxtaposes between them two different stones. One being the star ruby, something above the Sankofa bird looking towards its back. Again, thinking about sort of an epiphany, a star ruby kind of being a star-like moment. And then looking at fluorite, being sort of carved at the bottom, referencing maybe more of a psychic energy, or sort of, again, intuition, which is sort of a metaphysical attribute of fluorite. Another artist using the Sankofa figure is Janine St. Louise. She is an artist working out of Atlanta, Georgia, or in the Georgia area more broadly. But instead of utilizing the Sankofa heart shape, she's utilizing the bird. And instead of making the bird look towards its back specifically, she's having the bird look towards its stomach instead. It's sort of supposed to be a play on the initial symbol, having the bird have an egg inside of it, so looking towards a new life or inspiration on where to go, if you will. And the stone included within this piece is an opal agate. Usually stones, even if they're not opal itself, if they have opal in the name, are usually referenced to sort of being connected to metaphysically connected to purity, or being connected to sort of like purity in things that are kind, and also sort of just open intuition, knowing the future. Now we're going to move on to talk about gemstones and gemstone setting. Within the Black diaspora, a lot of jewelers are utilizing gemstones. Some people utilize gemstones to reference metaphysical aspects of those stones. Other people utilize gemstones because of their social historical meanings. And other people utilize gemstones to test their technical capabilities. There are really a variety of purposes and reasons. There's not really, again, a monolithic use of gemstones within this practice or study. First, we're going to reference back to Art Smith. Art Smith's work has a lot of notoriety, especially for its big, bold forms. But one thing that I think is fascinating within his work is his use of gemstone setting. He creates this really elaborate settings for stones, and often it really experiments and pushes the boundaries of what can be set within a piece. Within this necklace on the left, if you will, is called the boa necklace, and we see Art Smith set 10 different, or bezel set 10 different stones or circular stones into silver around the piece. And we see this similar sort of circular stone bezel setting mimicked or carried over again, this later brooch, which carries over that style. This brooch on the right has chrysoprase. And you can say chrysoprase usually is associated with the concept of spiritual protection. But again, I think the artist might have just been utilizing it more so for an aesthetic reason, because it's a beautiful stone. And green is often associated with prosperity as well. But again, I think it was more so for an aesthetic reason here. An artist.
Hey, Lamar, just to interrupt you one sec. I think we're struggling with the connection a little bit here. Do you want to maybe just turn your video off? I'll full screen the presentation so folks might be able to hear you a little better.
Gotcha. I'm sorry.
Not at all your fault. Just trying to work with the connection here. Continue.
You're good. Also, an artist, another artist utilizing gemstone setting is Bob Jefferson. Bob Jefferson worked in the 1960s and 1970s in the Bay Area of California. He was included in the first exhibition on Black craftsmen in California. And the exhibition actually had a lot of different jewelers included, not just ceramicists, not just fiber artists, but metalsmiths, some glass workers, some enamelists, and again, a lot of jewelers and metalsmiths. Bob Jefferson's training is actually mainly in sculpture and so more mechanical work, and that carries over into his jewelry making practice we see here in this forged piece, which is made out of bronze. The piece also sets on top of it a green gemstone that's most likely a form of chalcedony. And the stone is set in a really thick bezel wall, which I attribute to his training in sculpture, because again, it's a really thick gauge. I would say it's closer to around 6 gauge or 8 gauge. And the stone is securely locked in place, which I find fascinating after all these years even. This is a piece by Faith Davis. We saw it earlier in the image from the second installation of my exhibition series. Faith Davis's work references architecture a lot of the time, as we see here, where we see these really awesome geometric shapes carrying out to sort of hold this black onyx piece. Fascinatingly, in the diaspora, onyx is often used or associated with Black culture or the Black figure. In the cameos of the early modern period in Europe, darker stones like darker forms of agate, darker forms of chalcedony, and even onyx were used to depict African bodies or Black bodies. And Faith Davis is utilizing onyx here again to more so reference the Black form, to highlight or reference the potential consumer of the object, which would most likely be a Black woman, or someone who feels like that stone would be beautiful for them. In addition to the Black onyx being on the piece, she also includes other materials that are sort of simulating Black onyx, like Black glass beads, as we see here and here. And we also see Black acrylic being included as well, to sort of a deviation between the different textures. Another artist using gemstone setting is Karen Joy Gill. She's an artist based in Chicago that I had a lovely opportunity to be an apprentice for a few summers. She, in this piece, is referencing the Eye of Horus, a really popular Egyptian Kemetic symbol, but utilizing gemstones as sort of the highlighting features of the piece, centering a labradorite in the center, which has a really beautiful sort of flash quality, if you will, and then has 4 citrines lining the corners of the eye. And we have Quentin Foreman, another Chicago area artist, who created these pieces in the 1980s while he was taking classes at a community college, referencing the sort of heart-shaped Sankofa figure that I referenced earlier, but utilizing a hematite to sort of set in the center with a bezel setting. And then referencing what he called the Kemetic shape for his charm, but utilizing carnelian, which is often, again, is a stone associated with a specific part of Africa. It's a stone associated with often ancient Egypt or Eastern African jewelry, or even North African jewelry. Now we have, we're going to talk about casting processes, and we're going to talk about different elements that we've seen throughout the exhibition, but also, again, referencing more so broadly the canon of Black jewelry as a whole. Here we have a piece by Evangeline Montgomery. In the 1970s, or 1970s specifically, Evangeline Montgomery at Mills College curated the first exhibition on Black crafts that I referenced earlier with Bob Jefferson. In that exhibition, she displayed some of her work, which she titled to, I believe, be called Black Power Boxes, or ancestral boxes, if you will. They had different terms. And the objects are actually referencing different figures in the Black Power movement. For instance, this box, called the red, black, and green box, references specifically the Marcus Garvey Marcus Garvey figure, and Garveyism as a concept within the Black diaspora, referencing sort of a homage for the continent of Africa, and I think sort of carries a lot of the sentiments that I've been talking about during the presentation. And a lot of the sort of reasoning and methods behind Montgomery's practices of creating these ancestral boxes comes from her seeing different sort of vessels from historical Africa and also from historic Asia in the Metropolitan Museum and different museums while she was growing up. And these particular vessels are often having different purposes, from carrying tobacco to having more of a purpose of carrying spiritually significant materials. And I believe that Montgomery had created these boxes to hold precious objects for the owners. Another artist utilizing casting within their work is Alicia Goodwin. She's an artist now stationed in or living in Chicago and from Chicago, but she worked in New York City for a long time. In this piece, she utilized cuttlefish bones as a form of casting, as a casting method, and again referencing a different form of casting that we saw Evangeline Montgomery do previously, which is sort of a more closer to lost wax casting, if you will. But within this piece, we see her utilize the cuttlefish bone process to create this zoomorphic fish-like skeletal structure, and it's sort of captured or held within this not apparatus, but this sort of golden-like wired holder, if you will, to highlight this chalcedony piece at the bottom. And I wish I had a GIF or a video of it, because this piece actually jingles if you move it. And a lot of Goodwin's work is about movement and carries, most pieces often have some kind of movement as part of their quality. Here are some takeaways from the presentation. I really want people to understand that Black jewelry is pluralistic and not monolithic. There are a lot of different practices that we've been acquainted with during this presentation, and there are a lot of other artists that I didn't have an opportunity to speak with or discuss during this presentation, or speak about during this presentation. And again, I wanted to make it clear that Black aesthetics and Black cultural or visual production, artists make things of different types. They're making things with different visual references, different cultural meanings, different personal meanings, and even different desires of, or different fabricative methods and different desires for materials, if you will. And then moving forward, I think institutions, scholars, enthusiasts, and the general public need to do more to sort of catalog and write about the biographies, contributions, and legacies of jewelers in the Black diaspora. Last year in New York Jewelry Week, there was a fabulous lecture given by one of my colleagues, Sebastian Grant, who discussed a lot of the references and connections to jewelry artists, with there being different mediums that they practiced in, and also referencing them in terms of education, different connections amongst each other. And also very recently, Sotheby's did an exhibition highlighting contemporary fine jewelers. Work like this needs to be continued. Thank you so much for your time. And please let me know if you have any questions.
Amazing. I'm just gonna get rid of this presentation because hopefully it will make things better. If you can turn your video back on now. What an amazing presentation. Thank you so much. Folks, if you haven't already got the message, post your questions in the chat. I'm going to surface them up here for Lamont. Okay, first question is from Stephen. Are the catalogs from your exhibitions available for purchase? If so, where?
Gotcha. The first two catalogs, unfortunately, they were not like actual catalogs. They were more of like online things. If you type in like my name, you'll see some of the initial information from those catalogs. But the latest exhibition at the National Museum of Ornamental Metal has a catalog. If you go to their website, I believe you can order it still.
Amazing. Another similar question. Have you written a book on this topic?
I did write the book for the catalog that was printed over the summer recently, but hopefully I really do want to publish my own text on it, and expanding on more of the biographies that I couldn't include in the catalog, because in the catalog for the exhibition over the summer, I think had 25 artists roughly, And my research since it started has around 65 artists. So it's like a lot of people. There's probably more people that I haven't had a chance to research yet.
Yeah, I actually had a question about that. That was a good dovetail with the mention of research. Can you maybe give us a little more insight into your process? Obviously, there's a lot of, there's a lot of kind of delving and having to dig up different materials and references in terms of everything, this breadth of work that you've shared and researched for these exhibitions. So I'd love to understand a little bit more about your personal kind of interaction with your research process.
Mm-hmm. In terms of framing the exhibitions, a lot of them have like titles that are referencing Black magical practices and a lot of spiritual beliefs. Even if you look at like archaeology, Black culture is often attributed sort of a mystical element or a mythical element. And I felt like that was a gateway in some way to frame it to the public, to make it more interesting in some capacity, because Black jewelry is cool. People will be interested in it for sure. But make or sort of reflecting on the problematic ways in which things have been reflected on. In terms of going into archives, I feel like there's been a lot of work I've done in terms of just like figuring out spaces that would hold information that I'm looking for. Not a lot of conventional routes exist to research Black jewelers right now, but there are a lot of institutions, especially if you talk to the artist directly, or if you're able to contact members of their family, or even some of their peers that might still be living. You have the opportunity to really do a lot of history, like a more like an ethnographic approach, if you will, to historiography. So figuring out where the artists have been, where their works might actually be still. And that opened up a lot of doors to people that might know about the artist, might be collectors of their work. So kind of like a walking encyclopedia of the artist, but hasn't written anything about them yet. So I would say it's like ethnographic, it's archival. And right now I'm really trying to not broaden, but incorporate my scientific training into my work. So thinking about how we can reflect on the material, fabricative processes the artists utilize, what are objects made out of, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love that. Thank you for sharing. We have another question from the audience. Let's put it up here. What's going on? Here we go. Have you ever worked on making jewelry yourself or done metal work? And what was that experience like for you?
Wow. Yeah, I, as a jewelry maker, have a belief that jewelry can highlight a person's inner and outer beauty. And I've had that sentiment since I was like a 12-year-old kid. And I think that guided me initially to make jewelry. When I was 11, I started wire wrapping. But around 15 or 16, I started doing pierced metal jewelry, so cutting things out with a saw blade. But I didn't get a chance to start soldering because, Mom didn't want fire in the house. So I could hammer jewelry all day, but I couldn't have a torch in the house until college. So then I started making bezel set jewelry and really making things that I would see are kind of brutalistic in some ways. So really rough bezels, really rough sort of edges, if you will. But a lot of the refined elements are in the prongs, where I do a lot of really weird shaped prongs or really interesting bezels where the stones might be a really odd shape or something like that. In terms of jewelry making now, I'm definitely more of a scholar, but I still make here and there around the holidays especially.
I love it. All right. I think that's it from the audience questions. Folks, if you're interested, the presentation that Lamar just mentioned that was presented by his colleague at the Post Jewelry Week last year by Sebastian Grant is actually available on our YouTube channel. So if you check out the videos from last year, you can watch
an amazing resource
as well. Yeah, it's a really great presentation. And I really feel like that, this is a really great follow-on from that. If you were here last year, kind of delving more into some of these artists and their work and, really kind of talking about materials and processes and symbolism and, everything that you touched on in this fantastic presentation. All right, folks, if we don't have any further questions, I would like to say thank you so much to Lamar for being here on day one of Jewelry Week. What a great presentation, and thank you for being our guest. We're very excited to have you here. And folks, this is actually the final virtual presentation for day one. You're getting a lot of love in the comments here, Lamar. Everyone thought it was a great presentation. So
thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here. All right, folks, that is it for day one. We made it through and there's plenty more to come. So if you're joining us here, please take a rest and prepare yourself for tomorrow. Like I said earlier, we have an action-packed day of exciting programs happening in person at the Museum of Arts and Design. If you haven't got your tickets already, head over to our website to get those tickets, and please join us for those programs tomorrow. Otherwise, I will see you back here virtually on Wednesday morning to kick off that program. And in the meantime, we've got a lot of fantastic content for you. So head over to our website where you can check out the virtual booths, our exhibitions, plan the rest of your week. My name is Alex Darby, Director of Digital here at New York City Jewelry Week, signing off for day one. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow and for the rest of the week. Good night.